Good morning, everyone. My name is Elliot Payne. I'm the president of Minneapolis City Council. Before we convene our meeting, we have a presentation of an honorary resolution celebrating Black Business Week. I will invite council members Jenkins, Ellison, Vitaw, Wansley, and I will join them to read this resolution. Like look at the camera and bow. Put our captions. I misunderstood that. I apologize. Thank you. Yes. Oh, got it.
Come back a little. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. And my name is Councilmember Andrea Jenkins, Ward 8, and I'm going to read this resolution celebrating Black Business Week in the city of Minneapolis. Is the microphone on? Great. Celebrating Black Business Week 2024 in the city of Minneapolis. Whereas, since 2004, Black Business Month is celebrated in August in the United States, which celebrates the success of Black entrepreneurs and honors the challenges that they face. And whereas, to honor Black Business Month, Minneapolis is hosting its 4th annual Black Business Week. And whereas, the goals of Black Business Week are to honor, empower, inspire, and support Black businesses in the city as they play an important role in the economy. And
whereas the theme this year is access to capital, with 7 events throughout the week across the city. And whereas the 4th annual Minneapolis Black Business Week will commence at the Minneapolis Convention Center, or Minneapolis Event Center, where attendees will have the opportunity to learn about access to capital, hear the success stories and challenges of local Black business owners today, and support local Black vendors in a market on site. And
whereas Black Business Week 2024 covers a variety of events such as a business conference, panel discussions, career and networking events, Black Business Tour, Emerging Developer Project Tour, East African Business Resource Fair, Street Mall, Art and Music Festival, and social networking mixers. And whereas while current numbers are challenging to track, data in 2012 and 2018 shows a 12.3% increase in Black-owned businesses in Minnesota, jumping from 47,000 to roughly to over 67,000. And whereas shopping at Black-owned businesses is the best way to reach one of us to show support. And
whereas the city of Minneapolis strives to create a more equitable and diverse business community, prioritizing entrepreneurship assistance, cultural corridor designation, and development capital to areas of historic disinvestment. And whereas the city of Minneapolis recognizes the important work of business groups and economic development organizations in supporting Black-owned businesses in Minneapolis, like the West Broadway Business Area Coalition, Minnesota Black Chamber of Commerce, the Metropolitan Economic Development Association, Black-owned Business Rewards Club, Center for Economic Inclusion, Northside Economic Opportunity Network, and many others. And
whereas the city of Minneapolis commends the astounding efforts of Black business leaders and encourages all residents to support Black-owned businesses, not only this week, but throughout the year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council do hereby celebrate Black Business Week 2024 to amplify, celebrate, strengthen, and support Black business development and encourage all Minneapolis entrepreneurs and residents to participate in events taking place from July 22nd to July 28th, 2024.
I just want to take a moment to just recognize my staff and the staff from Ward 1 for their hard work on this project, including staff from the mayor's office and our community planning and economic development team. Thanks to all of those who made this week happen, and as we move into August for Black History Month. Thank you.
And I'll say, knowing firsthand how hard it is to run a business, that's what I was doing before I ran for office. It's hard enough just on your own, writing contracts, writing invoices, trying to hire folks, trying to get the work done all at the same time. One of the things that we learned, and actually one of the first things I did when I worked for the city before running for office, was launch a small business portal, because the last thing you need is for government process to get in the way of all of those already big barriers of having a successful business. So this week is to recognize some of those barriers and hopefully remove some of them. So thank you. Thank you, colleagues. At this time, I'm going to call this regular meeting of the City Council for July 18th to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Present.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Present.
Councilmember Cashman.
Present.
Councilmember Osman is absent. Councilmember Rainville.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Vita.
Present.
Councilmember Ellison.
Here.
Councilmember Koski.
Present.
Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Present.
Vice President Chugtai.
Present.
President Payne.
Present.
There are 12 members present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum. Colleagues, the agenda for today's meeting is before us. Are there any amendments? Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sorry my speaker management is not working, but I would like to move an amendment to the agenda to move from the order of unfinished business, item number 2, bid for the Minneapolis Convention Center Meeting Room Remodel Phase 2, to add to the Budget Committee item number 1, the Public Safety Aid Reallocation Resolution. It is reflected in the paper copies in front of all members.
Vice President Chugtai has moved to amend the agenda. Is there any discussion?
Second.
Yeah, thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That amendment carries. Next, may I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Clerk, please call the roll. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries and the agenda is adopted. The next item is acceptance of the minutes from our regular meeting on June 27th. I would entertain a motion to accept those minutes.
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries and those minutes have been accepted. Finally, we have the referral of petitions, communications, and reports to proper committees. May I have that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins. Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries and those matters have been referred. The next order of business is the presentation of reports from our standing committees. Those are taken in alphabetical order, beginning with the report of our Administration and Enterprise Oversight Committee, which will be presented by its chair, Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. The Administration and Enterprise Oversight Committee is bringing forward 18 items for approval. The first is the passage of resolution for a gift acceptance from local progress of travel and lodging expenses. Number two is a passage of resolution for election judge and deputy city clerk appointments for the August 13th, 2024 state primary. 3 is accepting bid for First Avenue South roadway reconstruction. 4 is accepting bid for window washing services at City Hall and Public Service Building. Number 5 is authorizing contract with Neighborhood Health Source and St. David's Center for Children and Families for temporary assistance for needy families. 6 is authorizing a contract with Short Elliott Hendrickson, Inc. for Southwest Pump Station Design and Construction Services. 7 is authorizing a contract with Axon Enterprise, Inc. for body-worn cameras for regulatory services. 8 is authorizing contract with Lake Street Council for Lake Street Public Safety Coordinator Pilot Program Initiative. Number 9 is authorizing contract amendment with Burn Boiler and Mechanical, Inc. to complete chiller replacement in the Ramp B parking structure. 10 is authorizing a contract amendment for the Minneapolis Convention Center video surveillance upgrade. 11 is authorizing contract amendment with Riverview Windows, Inc. for lead hazard control. 12 is authorizing contract amendment with Myovision Technologies Incorporated for traffic count processing services. 13 is authorizing contract amendment with Meyer Contracting, Inc. for 2nd Street North Sanitary Sewer Improvement Project. 14 is authorizing lease agreement with High Lake Triangle LLC for the Community Safety Center on 2228 Lake Street East. 15 is a vehicle no-fault benefit claim processing authorization for Bridget O'Connor. And then 16 is a legal settlement Kelly Lynn as trustee for the heirs of Alan Lynn v. City of Minneapolis. And then 17 is a collective bargaining agreement, Minneapolis Police Officers Federation. This item was moved without recommendation. And then 18 is a passage of resolution, gift acceptance from local progress of travel and lodging expenses. I will move approval of all items except for item 17, which I will pull for discussion.
Councilmember Wansley has moved approval of all items except item 17, which we will hold for further discussion. Is there any discussion on the remainder of those agenda items? Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President Payne. I'd like to make a comment on item number 8, which is the Lake Street Public Safety Coordinator pilot with the Lake Street Council. This is a project that Councilmember Chowdhury and I have been working since 2022, along with the Lake Street Greenway Partnership. We were able to author an amendment to the budget this past December to get this off the ground, and Director Amanda Harrington has worked diligently to get this out as quick as possible, and I want to thank her for her work on this. Our staff are working really hard with this particular project. The Community Safety Coordinator would work directly with residents, businesses, and other community members along the Lake Street Cultural District corridor. We'll help develop a pilot community safety program focused on the East Lake Street corridor to include goals, strategies, procedures, performance measures, and progress tracking. Work closely with community to connect with residents and businesses with safety resources addressing prevention, response, and restoration. And they will maintain a visible presence on the Lake Street Cultural District corridor and will help better coordinate our safety functions across the corridor. This is a really good thing for the corridor of Lake Street. I also am excited about item number 14, which is a Lake Street Safety Center lease located on the 2228 Lake Street East with great access to transit, including it being next to the light rail station and bus, as well as biking, walking, and driving access. The site is located on the East Lake Street in Hiawatha, adjacent. It's basically next to the light rail station, as I mentioned earlier, the Lake Street Midtown Station. I started working on this project in 2022, and this past December, Councilmember Koski and Councilmember Chowdhury and I successfully authored a budget amendment that passed with this body to get this off the ground. For example, the Behavioral Crisis Response Team will actually be a touchdown location from this area, which is a really good thing for South Minneapolis when we want to have a location that can have a mental health response near the area. I want to thank Councilmember Koski, Councilmember Chowdhury, and Director Amanda Harrington for their work on this as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I'll keep my remarks short. I think Councilmember Chavez did a really great job of speaking to both of those items. I did want to highlight for the contract with Lake Street Council for the Lake Street Public Safety Coordinator pilot program that we worked on. They are currently accepting applications for the position. This is a really good example of how we can bolster our comprehensive public safety system and really put safety at the hands of our community. Lake Street is a very dynamic corridor that spans multiple wards, including mine, and there are many different actors, stakeholders, community groups that work in tandem to address safety concerns. And one of the biggest needs that has shown up over many years is the ability to really coordinate services and make an efficient and impactful difference on the corridor for all the residents that live there, the businesses, the visitors across our ward. So I'm really excited to see this move forward. I think this is honestly kind of a dream to see it become reality, from a budget amendment to an action that we're going to be moving forward in this council meeting today.
Thank you for those comments. Not seeing anyone else in queue on the remainder of this report, so I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the AO report excluding item number 17.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Are we voting on item number 17?
This is items 1 through 16 and 18. Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shebtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries, and those items are approved. Next, we will take up item number 17, the Police Federation contract. Is there any discussion? Don't all jump in at one time. All right, well, I will start off by saying this is one of the biggest votes we may take this term. Is anybody else in queue? This is not refreshing for me. Wansley. All right. I'm going to start with Councilmember Wansley.
You can also feel free to continue, Council President Payne.
Go ahead.
All right, then. So first, I would like to begin my comments by thanking all the residents who participated in the numerous engagement opportunities we curated either in AO or outside of AO around the police contract. I know before taking up this item and even before I was in office, I remember after the murder of George Floyd, city leaders, including both electeds and our current mayor, pointing to this contract as being one of the main reasons for the lack of police accountability. In fact, they said that this contract was why they were unable to keep bad officers off the force and why cops like Derek Chauvin were allowed to brutalize so many people for so long and without any accountability. I know that I never forgot those comments, and I know many residents have not forgotten them either. This was demonstrated for me as I received hundreds of emails from my office asking why the city all of a sudden did a bait and switch on how this contract could actually be a tool of reform. To get to the point, though, in thinking of that, I won't be supporting this item. The administration asked council last term to basically share what specific changes they would like to see happen in this contract. And I know I was clear in my expectations and was very concerned to see that many of the changes that were brought forward in this contract that I supported, and I know a number of my other colleagues did as well, they're all temporary changes. And to me, I don't see temporary gains for permanent raises as progress. I also have been in disagreement with some of the comments that I've heard from the administration about this contract not being a place for reform, as if other channels are actually working. For example, in response to MPD having some questionable practices pertaining to the promotion and hiring of police officers, I authored a legislative directive to see what changes or accountability mechanisms were put in place by the administration to ensure that the city was not continuing the pattern of hiring and promoting problematic officers. Despite constantly hearing that changes were being made, especially seeing that in the media and in press conferences, it has now been over a year, and I have not received an official report back on exactly what reforms have been put in place to ensure that we are recruiting and promoting high-quality candidates that are following ethical and equitable and constitutional standards. This council and the public deserves to have transparent updates on those changes, as well as an analysis of outcomes for those changes. And right now, that's not happening. I also want to highlight that coaching is another area that this contract could have addressed. The lack of proper usage from the city has been weaponized during the grievance process. And the contract presented the administration the opportunity to clearly define coaching and to codify it as a form of discipline as to avoid any further misuse of it. For those arguing that the contract is not the place for it, I would also argue that considering the unique situation Minneapolis is in and our documented history of city officials ignoring the misuse and abuse of coaching for decades, it absolutely should have been in here, and I know a lot of residents agree with that. We have also been told that the main and primary reason to approve this contract is that it's going to ultimately help with recruitment and improve our staffing. And when you start to look around at other cities that might be paying slightly lesser than what we're proposing in Minneapolis, like in St. Paul and other surrounding suburbs who are not facing staffing challenges such as the ones that we're experiencing, it does expose that staffing issues is not all about money. It also boils down to whether or not they have a department that is deeply committed to reform and change and changing the culture within it to reflect that. If this contract passes, I don't necessarily believe that it's going to dramatically change our staffing numbers. In fact, I think we should expect to see a significant number of our officers retire once this contract passes. I don't necessarily see it's going to retain or suddenly increase our officer ranks to get back to the glory days of post or pre-2020. And that's largely because pay raises without real and permanent reform does not actually lead to an increased healthy workforce. But though I won't be supporting this contract today, I do look forward to working with my colleagues in the administration to make sure that as we're preparing to go into the next round of negotiations, this time that we actually incorporate real and permanent reforms, so that we're not in this predicament again where we're paying high prices for things that's going to expire in 18 months and that maybe won't even be received or experienced by our constituents in that period of time. So I just wanted to share on the record where I'm standing on this contract as of now. And with that, I'll pass it to the other number of colleagues in queue.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I fully respect Councilmember Wansley's intention to vote no, and so she did not move this item. So I will first move it for approval and ask for a second before I have my comments. Second. Thank you. It's been a long road with this contract, but I think we're finally there. As I said at committee, there have been historic levels of engagement on this, both with the public and the council. We've been in conversation about it for years, and I'm glad we have an opportunity to hear from residents at public hearings. That's important, but the fact is we've been hearing feedback about this for years, both from residents who have to wait hours for an available officer to arrive at the scene of a crime and officers who've told us they spend their shifts running from call to call and are being required to complete mandatory overtime. Yet again yesterday, I received a call from a constituent whose mother was assaulted on her front porch. And when officers arrived, they told her that night, 2 nights ago, there were 5 officers working that shift at the 5th Precinct. As you know, the 5th Precinct covers 20 neighborhoods and about a quarter of our city. 5 officers were responsible for response in that much of our city, and that's not a healthy workforce. This staffing crisis isn't sustainable. We know that already we have planned retirements happening. We know already that there will probably be more people leaving our city's workforce and MPD than ever before. But we have a responsibility to ensure the safety of every resident in our city and maintain a functional police department. This contract offers a lot of improvements at how that police department functions. This contract really helps to achieve it, and I'll be voting in support of it today. Thank you.
Councilmember Koski.
Thank you, President Payne. To me, this is a groundbreaking contract, and it symbolizes a new era. The community engagement was done in a way that we had never seen before. And I'm grateful to my colleagues who guided and pushed for this and for all the residents who added their thoughtful feedback. As it will be stated, I know it had already been stated, but it offers significant base pay raises that move MPD compensation rates from the bottom 25% in the state to the top 5 in our region. Something I have been pushing for all along. It enhances transparency, strengthens managerial oversight, and equips MPD management with essential tools to better deploy limited resources and run the department. I will take these incremental changes as a win for our community, and I'm happy to support this today.
Councilmember Chavez.
Council President Payne, thank you. I want to begin by thanking you for the process that this body underwent regarding this contract. The mayor's administration was trying to force a vote days after we had closed session to learn about the contract, where many of us ended up having many questions, and you pushed back against that in the name of transparency, making sure that our residents had the time to weigh in, testify at council, and send feedback. I also want to thank the residents for their engagement and for pushing for changes in this contract. There are some. This allowed me the opportunity to have conversations, office hours, and receive emails, phone calls, read public comments my residents made. 82% of the residents who reach out to my office asked me to reject this contract. And while it does not encompass my entire ward, it helped me come to a decision that I will be voting no on this contract and to expect more for my residents. In November of 2023, I sent an update to my residents expressing my belief that this contract should rein in on off-duty, negotiate the ending of coaching that prevents discipline and accountability, work to gain more management control, the need for provisions that can fire officers with terrible records, and find ways to incentivize those officers that are doing the job well, like Inspector Gomez, who works hard for the 3rd Precinct, and I have deep appreciation for. And while there are big pay hikes and an increase in some management control, my main concerns are not being addressed in this contract nor in the policy manual today. In fact, this contract has attempted to codify the city's position on coaching. It specifies that discipline refers exclusively to written reprimands, suspensions, demotions, and discharges. Coaching is not named in the discipline component, and there are no guardrails to prevent coaching from even happening. I'll end it with this. I believe in historic pay raises, but I believe that those historic pay increases should come with historic and permanent reforms. I look forward to the next contract negotiations, and I hope the mayor begins to make changes in the policy manual, and I hope he doesn't wait for the consent decree to do so.
I added myself to queue to tell a little bit of a story of how I got here. Before I ran for city council, as I was mentioned at the top of this agenda, I was running my own business, and I was a contractor here at the city, consulting with the innovation team. And at that time, we were working on developing the new behavioral crisis response. And that was in response to the killing of Jamar Clark and Justine Rushek, and actions that our predecessors took demanding that we transform public safety. And I was sitting on a Teams call with the director of my team, Brian Smith, as he was letting us know that he was going on medical leave because of the racism he was experiencing working at the director level in the city of Minneapolis. He walked away from his position because his physical health could no longer tolerate existing within this institution. We were experiencing so much pushback and even sabotage when it came to trying to work on programs that would help keep our residents safe. And I learned that it was just too big of a barrier to have this administration leading this charge when we talked about public safety. So I stepped up and ran for office. That's why I'm sitting here today, ready to take this vote. And so when I come to this vote, I come to this vote with a vision of public safety. And I have a vision of public safety that, yes, includes police officers, but that cannot be the only way that we keep our community safe. And I am extraordinarily proud of the work that we've been able to achieve. I think our behavioral crisis response is amazing. We couldn't have done it without Brian Smith, Gina Obiri, Taylor Koch-Dodson, Chikumwana Onyuke, an amazing team of people, none of whom are here anymore. The only one that's left from my original team is me, because of how much pressure we were under. And it took running for office to make sure that this was a reality. And we are not done transforming this system. We cannot solely rely on police. And we can't just do it with mental health responders. We need new approaches across the spectrum of safety. And as I think about my vote on this contract, I think about what are the barriers in my way of delivering on that future. And one of those barriers are arbitrary ratios that keep our staffing at a rate that doesn't match with the need. We might need more investigators than we need patrol officers. We might need more mental health professionals than we have now. We might need more substance abuse advisors than we have now, which is zero. And a number of different types of approaches to safety, both in the prevention, response, and restoration buckets that we've learned so much about through our work in the Safe and Thriving Communities report. This contract does not go nearly far enough. It really doesn't. But what we learned through this process is that transformation's not going to happen solely in the text of the document. It's going to happen from continuous pressure, not just from us here on this dais, but from you out here, not just in this room, but across the city. We had a history of a toxic, racist police department because we had a broad community that was willing to look the other way. We need a majority of voters in this city to start paying attention. We need a majority of voters in the city to start having a more sophisticated conversation. And not just to boil it down to pro or anti-police. This is not about that. This is about people living in a city where you can thrive, that is just, and where we have joy. We've been stolen, joy's been stolen from us, for a lot of us, especially those of us who carry marginalized identity. And this contract is not about that exactly, but it's one of the steps along the way to get to that vision. And we cannot allow this one vote to be the end-all be-all, and we have to keep the pressure on, and my commitment is to do that. And so I will be supporting the contract today, but that means we have so much more work to do in the future. And with that, I will call on Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I couldn't agree with you more that we need many, many aspects of public safety. In fact, last night, there was a young man in crisis on First Avenue Northeast between Main Street and Second Street, and the police were unable to get a canopy worker there, and we should talk about that later. But that would have been the perfect opportunity to help that young man rather than just get put in handcuffs and led away in an ambulance. But this labor agreement has been negotiated in good faith by the city staff and agreed to by the Police Federation. It gives the chief unprecedented authority to reform and to promote and to schedule. And that's very important. Chief O'Hara, I appreciate your steadfastness in stating that it's on your shoulders to reform this department. You've accepted that challenge. You do it every day when you wake up. Thank you very much. This raise is needed because we have to compete with other area police agencies. If you're a young woman starting your career in policing, should you go to Blaine and make $91,000 a year, or should you go to Minneapolis and make $71,000? When you're 22 years old, that's a big factor in your decision making. You know, we all make much more than that, and we do not face the danger every day that we might be killed doing our job. And I say that because of Officer Mitchell, who leaves behind 4 children because he was killed in the line of duty trying to help someone who was injured. During this contract process, we had the most open and transparent negotiations in history. At the 2 public hearings, and it was a great idea to hold those public hearings, but 80% of the speakers told us, vote yes for this contract. We have to think, as we prepare to vote, that we are not activists anymore. We are elected officials who took an oath to serve our citizens. It is a time to use common sense to serve those citizens and to send a strong message to current police officers and those considering working for MPD that elected officials support them and the far too many victims of crime that we have in the city. I will be voting yes. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I want to begin my comments by thanking all of the community members in Ward 12 and across our city who reached out to my office directly over email, phone, at office hours, and the community members who showed up to the 2 public hearings that took place in the AEO committee. Your engagement in this process and deep care for our community is greatly appreciated and inspiring. I want to express my gratitude for the process that this council and the leadership of our council led in having multiple opportunities for not only the public to learn more deeply about the details and impacts of this contract, but also to engage in a dialogue with us and each other. This type of engagement on the police contract has not happened before, and I think it should be common practice moving forward. I particularly thank the committee's chair, Chair Wansley, for her persistence in making this possible in her committee. So I struggled a lot when it came to this vote. I spent countless hours weighing the pros, cons, the community voices, and the hard realities of our city and the state of public safety and policing. Even on the most contentious votes that I have experienced on this council so far in my first term, the pressure may have been really on, but I felt a lot of clarity in the decisions I made. I didn't feel that way about this contract. This is hard. This is not a clear-cut choice. And I think that's worth being said. And I hope I can adequately explain why this is my experience. First, the reality of the state of public safety and policing as a whole is that we have a police department who very recently had major accountability issues, issues with brutal policing, issues at large with racism, sexism, ableism, and unconstitutionality in the recent present and for decades past. And that's the reason why we're under a consent decree and an impending consent decree from the Department of Justice. Failings of our system of policing have cost people their lives. I think back to last term, before I was a council member but was an aide, on a resolution that I helped work on in honoring the victims of police brutality on the third year, remembering the murder of George Floyd. And we quoted, "If we are to honor and acknowledge the hardship of victims of police brutality and create systemic change, we must boldly and clearly name the problem." Also, the hard reality that we see before us is officers who I have seen up close, our 3rd Precinct Inspector, Inspector Gomez, other folks I've seen up close trying their best to professionally and compassionately do their jobs. Folks that I have called on often as a council member to be responsive to varying safety situations where constituents were genuinely scared or worried, and through that type of compassionate work were addressed. The reality that that work is really dangerous and in very tough conditions. Another reality is that comprehensive public safety with alternatives to police are still stretched thin. It's under-supported in its current iteration by this administration, and not enough is in place to address the root causes of safety that lead to law violations. Another hard reality is that overtime among officers is high, and officers are in positions where they burn out. Their well-being is in jeopardy, and that puts safety for everyone in jeopardy. Another is the charter minimum requirement that is unreachable, and the reason why I was a vocal supporter of question 2, because every year we're budgeting for positions we can't fill. Police reform for a system found broken by many for decades and reported broken by a dual consent decree lags behind. And the reality is the residents expressing deep frustration that since 2020 that there has yet to be significant reform are right to be frustrated, and their distrust is valid, and we have to accept that in our community and in our political climate. We can't invalidate that. That's a real and true frustration shared by many in our community. And the other hard reality that made this decision so tough for me is that there isn't solid consensus in our community around this contract. That staffing is a priority, but feels in contest with reform and change. Even our mayor has decided to exaggerate this contest by proposing cuts to defunding neighborhood safety programming to fund this contract in a time where cultural ambassadors would have been a part of violence prevention efforts on corridors that in just recent days have experienced violent incidents. Transit safety programming could help further the goal of addressing root causes of law-violating behavior and more. All these realities, paired with being a new council member who did not have the opportunity to weigh in on this contract during its negotiation, have made this vote, for me, again, entirely very difficult. I'll be honest, there are provisions that I really find to be good within this contract. The 70-30 staffing reform was long advocated by community members and many council members before us that allows staffing flexibility that is necessary to meet safety needs and address officer burnout, and can help determine the true amount of officers needed to address safety concerns. Civilianization of investigators that help much needed addressing of clearance rates, and disarm positions that don't require guns, and again, build a pathway to comprehensive safety. I'm starting to run out of time, and so I'm going to give my time back, and I will close. Again, I know that I'm spending a lot of time talking on this topic, but it feels really important to me to really make clear to my constituents and the residents in Minneapolis how I'm coming to my decision. So I'll pause for now and pass back to the chair.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you, Chair Payne. I'm excited to vote for this today. This morning when I woke up and thought, okay, today's the day that we're going to vote for this, it made me think way back to 1994 when I got my first job. I remember walking down Central Avenue in Fridley, filling out applications at every fast food restaurant. My first job was White Castle because it paid more. It paid more than Hardee's. It paid more than McDonald's. It paid more than Wendy's. And so here you have it, the first job, White Castle. And so I felt good about knowing that someone is going to choose us as their first professional job because we have a competitive pay. This has been a lot of work, and there are a lot of people who never get recognized for this work. And so I just want to take an opportunity to thank Rashida Deloney, Greg Wiley, Sarah Riskin. Sarah Riskin is an attorney out of the city attorney's office who have taught me so much in this process and the previous process on a police contract. You know, they've done a lot of work. I've spent some time with Rashida Deloney and just, really got energy from her because she's never given up. She felt so confident in doing the right thing, so that made me feel confident in the right thing. So thank you all so much to all the people who work behind the scenes to make this happen. We're fortunate that we get to come out here and sit on the dais and discuss how we feel about this, but there's a lot of people who work hard to make sure that this happens. So I want you all to know that I appreciate all the work, the years of work that you've done to make this possible for not only us as a council, but for our city. So thank you all so very much. To all the people who came out to the public hearings, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Jenkins, for insisting in those meetings that we have those community listening sessions for this beforehand. And thank you, Councilmember Wansley, for providing an opportunity for not only Ward 4 residents, but anyone who was interested in having a voice in this to come and speak. That was really good to hear, just people showing up. And there was 2 public hearings, and there's a lot of people. One went till 9:00 p.m. And, you don't appreciate it when you're up here and you're hot, but you appreciate it when you're at home in the air conditioning and you're watching the council meeting, right? And you can hear back what people said. So I appreciate everyone who showed up. Thank you to Ward 4 residents who reached out to me via email, phone calls, walked up to me in the grocery store, came to my house and talked to my camera, that happened. More than you think, walked up to me while I was outside and talked to me about this and let me know how they feel about it. Like Councilmember Chavez, majority of my residents support this. And so I support this. Thank you to my mother who called me early this morning and gave me a speech and said, as your favorite constituent, because she is that, I expect nothing but good from you and your colleagues today. So colleagues, my mama said do it. But thank you all. Thank you to my colleagues too. I hear you. I hear you saying this is a hard vote, and I get that. And so I really am looking forward to what happens today and how we move forward. I'm optimistic about the future of reforms and all the work that we all are going to do, not just council, not just the mayor's administration. And thank you to the mayor too, because the mayor has definitely provided an opportunity for me to learn, not only in this, but the previous contract, and his administration has been more than willing to work with me and my staff on our needs for this. So thank you all so much for this. I'm looking forward to the future of working together on policing and police reforms, and also supporting our officers. Thank you.
Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to be voting no today, and like my colleague said, it was a decision that I came to with a lot of difficulty and a lot of consideration. I am always making Councilmember Vital's mom mad, so I apologize for that.
So mad.
And I just wanted to talk a little bit about, I wasn't going to speak today, but my colleague did say, you're the old guy on the council. You should probably say a few things about your thoughts. And it's interesting, the one thing that strikes me is that we can have a lot of similar feelings about how this process that I was really grateful for, and come to different conclusions. I'm glad that Councilmember Vitalk took time to thank our staff. In my time in office, our staff did do a tremendous job in engaging in this process and getting us to this point. I wanted to just say one thing, though. Yesterday, I got a chance to see one of the elders in the community that a lot of us know, Mahmoud El Khati. He was at an event in my ward yesterday, and just in a brief encounter with him, it reminded me of a long time ago where I was in a discussion about a different topic. I was a teenager at the time, and I was pointing out to him something I thought was a contradiction in what he was saying, and he said, two things can be true, Jeremiah, two things can be true. And I feel like that's true here, right? Two things can be true. On one hand, staff did do a tremendous job in negotiating these terms. And I'd say that I was talking to a former council member recently, and they agreed that this is probably one of the better conditions that the contract has been in front of a council in decades. And unfortunately, no fault to our staff, I think that the bar that we set out to clear was incredibly low. We heard from a former MPD officer during testimony who was in favor of the contract say that one of the mistakes the city's made historically was to give over managerial authority to escape having to do pay increases. And so we gave over our ability to manage the department until all of a sudden we find that the contract's essentially managing the department. I think that's the situation that we've been in. And so I do think that staff in negotiating the LOAs and the MOAs did a tremendous job, and that was probably the only pathway forward. And I don't want to discount that or undermine that in any way. But also, I've been on this council long enough to feel that this kind of incrementalism, given what our city's been through with the police department, not just with the murder of George Floyd, but with a slew of other issues that we faced even before that occurred, just in my first 2 years in office, this kind of incrementalism is just not what we can accept. We need bigger swings than this. I truly believe that, and that's why I won't be supporting it. One of the things that I'll also say that maybe isn't the reason I'm not supporting the contract, but it's certainly been true in my time in office, has been that the contract has been this space, this political battleground, quite frankly, that says that, whatever it is that you need as a community, we can do it in the contract. So a couple of years ago, it was, hey, look, reforms, the blocks of reforms of the contract, right? And when we sort of reached a point where people started demanding that, it was all of a sudden, actually, this isn't the appropriate pathway. There's other ways that we can do this. There's other ways that we have done this. Right now, I'm hearing this correlation between the terms of this contract and staffing, the terms of this contract and morale, the terms of this contract and the reputation of the department. And if this contract passes, and if and when staffing is not resolved by the contract, I'm sort of curious to know what will be sort of the next frontier, what will be the next sort of Schrodinger's contract that we will debate, that it will solve, that it ultimately does not solve, right? I think that if this contract passes today, all of the staffing issues, our burden to recruit better, our burden to improve the reputation of this department, they aren't moved an inch by this contract. And maybe that's true no matter the terms of the contract, but I think that we should know it as a community, because if we want to resolve those things, we have to be committed to resolving those things, and we can't just say the contract will fix it, and then when the contract doesn't, say, oh, we never said that. So, with that, I'll conclude my statements. I want to thank my colleagues, and again, to any of my colleagues that are supporting this contract, I understand. As somebody who's been around and has seen the condition of some of the contracts that have been before council, you're voting for one of the best contracts that has been before us. I wholeheartedly believe, maybe out of naivete, that we can do better, that we can swing bigger. So that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. Schrodinger's contract. Someone should clip that one. You win. You win on that one, Councilmember Ellison. Going back to where I left off, the provisions, the reforms that I think are good within this contract. Again, the civilian investigators, I think it, like I said before, builds a pathway for comprehensive safety alongside BCR, violence interrupters that can help support limiting interactions with police and also help officers be responsive to emergency situations only they can handle. The zipper clause, it's pretty technical, but it is a big win, and it's been a long time fight. It's ending a long time practice of the police union utilizing letters of agreement that have existed in perpetuity for decades that lead to taking away management authority, less transparency, and is a barrier to progress. And retracting civilian names if a record of an officer is requested. I think that's a good step. And again, I think with the 70-30 reform and the civilian investigators, I think this helps us kind of build a pathway to examine the charter minimum of officers and considered what is actually required as a number for police officers to keep the work that they need to do going in reality. So these reforms are good yet minimal. I do think what is frankly bad about this contract that others have named is high and historic wages for police officers to the tune of $1.5 million. That is unbalanced. It's an unbalanced nature, even if it makes Minneapolis competitive. For me, it is personally frustrating to see little reform accomplished, even if this is the best contract that we've seen before us in recent days, and I think we should call that out. It's also really frustrating and dizzying to our community that the city for so long has communicated that reform should live in the police union contract, and now the message has done a full 180 to say less is more. That's not an okay thing to do to our residents, and we owe our residents more. That's something that I think is before this body and the city of Minneapolis to figure out, because that is a big deal to switch our messaging in that way. Many people have long sought reform within this police contract because that is what we told them. This contract also signals that the city has decided in this moment to prioritize staffing over reform. And that should alarm us and hold us all accountable to taking much more to fix this system. And was stated over and over again, and what we should do is hold management, the mayor and chief, accountable. And I want us to figure out what that looks like as a city council and how we do that, a real plan, one that people can see and hold us accountable to. Because we say hold the mayor and chief accountable, we say hold management accountable because we're giving them management authority, but we need to figure out what's the pathway to do it, because without enforcement of that type of standard, it might as well not exist. And that's why me and Councilmember Jason Chavez wrote a letter to the mayor detailing that we must act now to address coaching, and that it has been, and that it has the potential to be used in a way to hide and make private violations that should be public in the police conduct and policy manual, if that's where it's going to live. And we hope that he will meet with us in good faith in addressing this pressing concern so we can take a step towards laying out how we hold management accountable. Now, the reality of this vote. A yes vote means moving this contract forward. And what's tough for me is learning that there's no way at this point to amend it to make new provisions. A no vote means sending this back to mediation, where likely there will be an impasse reached, and it is highly likely that it will go to binding interest arbitration, where an arbitrator outside of the city will make decisions that will likely lead to the same contract at the same cost with a huge risk of losing reform that was won within this contract. And our residents deserve to know that, for me, it doesn't feel like there's any sugarcoating this contract or choice. I don't want to look at it with rose-tinted glasses. The choice is, again, an unbalanced high-cost contract with minimal reform, or a contract that is the same.
You are at time.
Thank you, Councilmember Payne.
Councilmember Cashman.
Is it possible for me to yield a minute of my time so that Councilmember Chowdhury can finish her remarks?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember Cashman. So this is a rock and a hard place, and in my view, this contract doesn't meet the mark of reform with the high cost. And otherwise, we're looking at a potentially worse contract. And so for that reason, in order to protect the reforms won and the commitment that I feel very accountable to that I made to my constituents in addressing police staffing concerns, I've decided to vote yes, and it was very tough to make that decision. I feel like at this point, this is the best option, even though this contract doesn't go far enough. I make this choice understanding the hard realities before us and the tensions that they have with one another. And I make this choice to mitigate further downsides. Actions for reforms and true comprehensive safety must come first after this vote, and I won't be supporting any cuts to neighborhood safety to fund paying for this contract. We have options with the convention center remodel and downtown assets to pay for it. And I'll just say to community, I encourage you to stay in dialogue with us, and I encourage you to hold all of us accountable, including me.
Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. My community in Ward 7 already knows that I'm supporting this contract today. They know where I stand on this contract because I held multiple community meetings on this topic. I door knocked to talk to folks about this contract, specifically on Franklin Avenue, which is one of our more dangerous areas. I spoke over the phone and over email with hundreds of Ward 7 residents about this contract. I heard their feedback. Also in the AEO committee hearings that we held. And I know that my community largely wants me to vote yes today. And as a representative of my community, I am prepared to listen to them and to vote yes. I made a commitment to fully fund public safety initiatives in our city, and my actions today will prove that. Today, I'll be voting not only to fund the police contract, but also to maintain funding for sweeping, comprehensive public safety initiatives. This contract achieves some important reforms with regard to staffing flexibility and civilian investigators. That is meaningful, but does the contract go far enough to address the discipline matrix in coaching? No. But I believe that we cannot make the perfect the enemy of the good. We are in a place now where we have multiple methods to continue pushing for police reform through our budgets, through the Community Commission on Police Oversight, through the implementation of the settlement agreement with the Department of Human Rights, and all of the partners that we have to help us with that. And the work is on us to continue. So I ask my community to continue to hold me accountable to that reform moving forward.
Vice President Chartai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, agree with the sentiment from several colleagues here today that that this vote and this contract is it represents a historic and consequential choice that this body will make over the course of this term. I'm a member of the Administration and Enterprise Oversight Committee and have named in committee deliberations that I'm struggling in making a decision. And as I have gotten there in the work leading up to today, some of the things I have weighed are the good in this process and in this contract, right? For example, one that we have done more engagement on this contract than any other in the past, and that is something to celebrate and hold ourselves accountable to. Also, moving forward, we shouldn't just do that type of work with our residents when when we have this one time, but have a commitment to doing that moving forward. I do think that this is a better contract than what we've seen in decades, and we've heard that from several of the people who either have been a part of this body in the past or were involved in this work at the city in decades past. So I think that's a big deal. I also, want to weigh the amount of work that our staff did within the city attorney's office and in our labor relations department to get to this place, and the work that they've done with us to help us really, truly, and deeply understand all of the different provisions that are in this contract and how they fit into a bigger picture. I think as a person that voted no last time, I did really want to get to a yes today. And I've heard compelling arguments and really understand and respect the different choices that people are landing in, that colleagues are landing on today. But honestly, what got me to a no was that I actually do buy the argument that management should want to retain authority in labor contracts, right? I believe that we needed to claw back and need to continue to claw back management authority in as it relates to this contract. But I also think that having authority is different from using authority. And that's what we've heard from residents too, especially those who have experience in contract negotiations or in labor work, either from the employer side or from the employee side. If we are clawing back authority, then what is the mechanism for residents and for this body to hold management, and in this case, management means the mayor and the chief, accountable to using it? And to me, in the last few weeks, an example that has continued to stand out is not seeing management authority used in a way that inspires confidence from me to also then rubber stamp historic raises and temporary movement in this contract. And specifically, what I mean by that is a refusal to engage in discussions around coaching reform. And secondly, a refusal to effectuate minor raises for some of our city's lowest paid frontline workers who have received the least this year, raises that are funded in our existing budget. And to me, it just doesn't sit right to tell them to wait while we find money in the $15 million ballpark to figure out how to pay for this contract in its in the next through the life of this contract. So that's what got me to a no today, and I'm really excited to continue the work on making some of the changes here permanent, on enacting further reforms and accountability within our police department in the ways that we have that we can influence that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, President Payne. I have sat here and listened to almost all of my colleagues opine on this contract, and I agree with almost all that has been said, including the folks who have said no, that they are not going to support this contract. This will be the third contract that I voted on in my time in office, police contract. And I was able, on this particular contract, prior to the negotiations beginning, to ensure that there was public engagement so we could hear from the public what they wanted in the contract, not after the fact, but prior to. And I'm really proud that much of what we heard from the community is in this contract. And so consequently, you know, I heard Councilmember Cashman say we cannot let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And that has been my governing philosophy since the time I have been on this council. We're here to make really difficult decisions to try and move our city forward. Supporting this contract today moves our city forward. It allows us to begin the work on the next contract so that we can include the reforms, the changes that people are wanting and desiring. We do have 2 consent decrees that will help us as a city to include some of those reforms, to achieve some of those reforms, to transform the Minneapolis Police Department. So I wanted to state that, and I will be an affirmative vote on this contract today. Thank you, Mr. President.
I put myself last in queue because I actually wanted to thank you for your leadership last term. One of the things that got me to a yes was that opportunity to really clearly articulate what I wanted to see in the contract. And I said, if I don't see these things in this contract, I'm a no. And when the tentative agreement came out, I was anticipating being a no because I didn't think that my demands would be represented in that contract. And I was actually shocked to see that the 70-30 ratio, along with the ability to have more flexibility around shift bidding, was actually included. And that's what has kind of put me in this challenging position because they're included on a temporary basis within a letter of agreement. They're not in the core text of the contract. And so I'm left weighing these 2 options of, do I want to see it in the core text and vote no, or do I accept that they're in there and vote yes? And one of the things that gets me to a yes is that we're talking about temporary versus permanent changes. There's no such thing as a permanent change. All there is permanent pressure. And so we have to keep the pressure on. And as I sit here weighing this final vote, I had to think through what are the practical realities of voting this contract down, which I want to be clear, very willing to do. And the practical reality would be going back to the negotiation table with very clear demands. And I think, there could have been a chance that we voted this contract down and said, we need to make those temporary letters of agreement permanent. We're okay with the pay. I don't know if the membership of the Federation would accept that. I don't know if the broader constituency of our city would accept that. Maybe they would just see it again as this overly reduced pro or anti-cop decision. I think we're at this very technical point in this process where we're getting into zipper clauses and letters of agreement and all kinds of new jargon that most non-lawyers are just not particularly familiar with. And even when I talk to labor experts and I talk about a zipper clause, they say, I don't know if I've ever heard of such a thing. So we're charting new territory here, but what we need to do is keep the pressure on, because the reality is, and I think a number of members have said this, there's been a 180 shift in how this administration talks about the role of the union as it relates to reform. The reality is that management has always had the authority to reform this department. They either just chose not to do it or just were not able to do it because they just were not dedicated to seeing that kind of change. And so we need to hold this administration accountable. We do need to create that roadmap of what that looks like. And accountability needs consequences. So we need to be really clear about what are the consequences when we are not seeing the progress that we are demanding. And so with that, I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
No.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
No.
Vice President Shugtai.
No.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 8 ayes and 4 nays.
That carries, and the full report is adopted. Next, we will move to the Budget Committee so that we can have a conversation on how we're going to pay for it. And that report will be presented by the committee's chair, Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Budget Committee is bringing forward one item for the body's consideration, and that is related to the public safety aid reallocation proposal. At the top of this agenda, or at the top of this meeting, I moved to amend the agenda, which was adopted by the body, to include some changes to the item that we will be considering before us. And so this item itself came out of committee without recommendation, I will first move approval of the of Budget Committee item number 1 as it is in front of you today.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just continue and explain a little bit about what this item in front of colleagues is today. First, I'll just say that we just approved our Police Federation contract, and now we have to figure out how we pay for it. This is not a decision that we can delay or put off for several weeks and leave things in limbo. That is not going to be acceptable or responsible, in my opinion. The item before you is the product of a lot of work, a lot of creativity, and a lot of compromise. I'll first start by sharing what this does. This first accepts the contract for the Minneapolis Convention Center Meeting Room Remodel Phase 2 project at its full amount as it has been in front of the body. This is the product of a lot of hard work between Councilmember Cashman, Director Jeff Johnson from the Minneapolis Convention Center, and others to try to preserve this this contract or this project to its proposed amount. Second, we are looking at the same table and the same motion that that was in front of the Budget Committee with some changes. So first, in table number 1, instead of taking the resources out of the Convention Center project, we're instead doing that out of the cash fund balance within downtown assets. So this is money generated by out-of-town visitors for the most part that are spending money through that we collect through local option sales taxes. Second, the second change is taking some money out of the ARPA allocation, the American Rescue Plan allocation, for community service officers. This is the amount that MPD has projected will be unobligated by the end of the year. And so it's a use it or lose it situation. So we're obligating those resources here. Third, it takes some money out of the public safety aid remainder that the council put aside last year. Fourth, it is using the allocation from ARPA to the North Commons Park improvements, which will, in Table 2, be backfilled. The reason for doing that, as our CFO shared with us on Monday in Budget Committee, this money will expire because it is not, this project, the North Commons Park Improvement Project, has been delayed for other reasons. And so this will keep that money and the city's commitment to this project whole. And then we are, and then, moving to table 2, again, keeping the North Commons Park improvements whole, keeping the ownership and opportunity fund whole. And then finally, there have been some changes made to the allocations as a part of the proposal brought forward by the Office of Community Safety through several conversations, negotiation, going back and forth with the administration, and many of the proposals that they brought forward are also incorporated here. So I hope that this is something that our body can unite around, and really figure out both how in approving this item, keeping the convention center project whole, making sure that the Federation contract is funded, making sure that we are reducing our projected budget deficit by $3 million in 2025 and $3 million in 2026, making sure that we protect the one-time investment that we received from the state for comprehensive public safety programs, for unarmed safety programs that our communities need. And so this is a way for us to really put our money where our mouth is, to really effectuate a both and promise that I believe we are all united around, and to make sure that we are being responsible with ARPA allocations and not leaving any money on the table at the end of the day. With that, I am happy to answer any questions or provide further clarification, but want to just thank so many of you on the city staff side in the city attorney's office, and several colleagues who have rolled up their sleeves and tried to find a way forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. I believe that it would be extremely irresponsible for us to pass the police contract today without agreeing on a method to fund it. This is the method to fund it that is in front of us. Our budget chair, our Council Vice President Chug Tai, did excellent work coming up with a creative solution, not only to address the budget deficit that we're up against, while also fully funding comprehensive public safety for our city, and without compromising any critical capital investments in our tourism and hospitality industry. Chair Chug Tai and I worked together collaboratively all week, as well as with Convention Center staff, to reach a position of compromise and get this in front of all of you. So the police contract is funded, comprehensive public safety initiatives are funded, the Convention Center remodel is funded, and the majority of this funding reallocates money from the Downtown Assets Fund cash balance. I think that we should all be voting yes on this today. Thank you.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you. This feels like a shell game to me. Like we're just moving stuff around, and I really cannot keep up with what's happening here. And I did see the version that we got at 1:30 a.m. and I'm assuming that this is that version of. So this is a different version than what we got at 1:30 this morning. Yes, Council Vice President.
Vice President Chug Tai.
Thank you, Mr. President. Council Member Vita, there were additional conversations that happened this morning between Councilmember Cashman and the Minneapolis Convention Center to accommodate additional requests and find one more creative solution to get there. So this item is different from what you received late last night. I provided the context.
Early this morning.
Yep, early this morning. Provided the context of why that was the case over email. But this item also, what is different between now and early this morning, late last night, is that we are also approving the bid for the Minneapolis Convention Center and keeping their project whole.
So two things. One is, can you just go through like what's happening here? Like is everything being made whole somehow now with every single dollar?
Yes. So Just like in our
Can
general
you give
fund.
me like a really short answer? I can't process really long answers like on the spot. So just like brief answer.
Yep. Just like the general fund has a cash fund balance, right? Like that's our checking account. So does the downtown assets fund. We're taking money out of the checking account of the downtown assets fund, which has $95 million. We're taking 7 of them total between entertainment tax and cash. And that allows us to, 1, keep the convention center project whole. 2, replace the ARPA money for North Commons. 3, replace the general fund money for the ownership and opportunity fund. And 4, reduce the deficit projections by $6 million from what is created with the Federation contract.
Okay, so again, I don't understand why we're playing the shell game. But also, I don't like the precedent that this sets either. I just feel like with the legislature granting us the local option, this just puts us in a risky position if we're going to be moving money around that's not used for like that traditionally or really shouldn't be used for this. And so, again, I mean, this is a different version than what I woke up in the middle of the night to read. Now there's something else before us. And what's like the sense? I do understand we voted on this, but it's not like we have to cut the police department a check today. So like, where is this sense of urgency coming from?
Vice President Chuck Tide, did you want to speak to that?
I am happy to, Mr. President. Thank you. This item originally was brought forward to us by the administration with the hope that we would approve it prior to the Federation contract being approved. We are doing it today at the same time. That's what's in front of the body for consideration. We have a recommended budget that the mayor needs to present to the council by August 14th in our last budget committee meeting, not this Monday, but before. Our finance team spoke to us about the importance of making decisions, final decisions on what is happening with public safety aid and how we are paying for the Federation contract. They wanted it done weeks ago. Here we are today, trying to figure out the path forward. Regardless of whether you would rather use public safety aid to pay for this or do the path that I am presenting, both paths use this year's balanced budget to alleviate the pressure on the levy for 2025 and 2026.
Okay, I'm moving on. This is manufactured urgency. This is, especially from a council that is totally fine with delaying things. This is a big decision. There's been like so many variations of this. And now all of a sudden we have to do this before this council meeting is over for something that is in August.
Councilmember Ellison?
Thank you, President Payne. Just wanted to, I think I know the answer to this, but just wanted to, for clarity, just to see if I'm understanding that the North Commons Park Improvements and the Ownership and Opportunity Fund, those programs are maintained as whole as they were prior to this amendment. Just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that portion correct.
Vice President Chuck Tai.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Ellison, that is correct.
Great. These are. I appreciate this coming together. I'm happy and fine to vote for this and support this. And I think Councilmember Cashman said, we just voted on this thing. We gotta know how we're gonna pay for it. And you've done this due diligence here that I appreciate. But I didn't want to let the moment pass without at least clarifying for my residents. And I know the Ownership and Opportunity Fund affects us all. It has. It's one of the single best tools that we have in order to broaden Black and POC ownership of commercial space. Wanted to make sure that item was made whole. Wanted to make sure the North Commons Park Improvement Project was kept whole. And so the public now has that clarified. And thank you very much for the response.
Vice President Chugtai, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Ellison, you actually bring up a really good point, right? We know that using the Downtown Assets Fund to support the Ownership and Opportunity Fund is an allowable use of restricted local option sales taxes. Something you and I have discussed in my 2.5 years on the council is your desire to find more ongoing dedicated funding for the Ownership and Opportunity Fund moving forward. I think it's something that's very important to you. And as we work to finalize this year's budget, let's think about creative ways for us to find dedicated funding for the Ownership and Opportunity Fund using sales tax revenue.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I just want to do a level set of, the reality that we're also walking into and how, Thank you. How this proposal came into being. So all of us are aware that the next few years will be fiscally challenging for our city, as we will be forced to deal with the economic reality that no longer includes ARPA funds, as well as decreased downtown revenue. This reality means that council, who holds the purse of the city, has had to be thoughtful and intentional in how we go about structuring our city's budget to address present needs like community safety initiatives, while also trying to not put more financial strain on our working class residents. So with that in mind, when the state granted us the $19 million in public safety aid, which had no window of expiration, I do believe council made the right call to use those additional dollars to fund much needed and much demanded community safety initiatives. And this body passed a budget that reflected that intentionality last December by unanimous vote. However, the mayor decided to unilaterally relitigate last year's budget appropriations, even after being asked by council leadership to engage with council members who led on the safety initiatives funded by the PSA dollars, and there was no follow-up on that. And to also engage us around what it looked like to identify, other sources to fund the pay increases associated with the police contract should it pass. Since that did not happen, that really left little options for council members in terms of figuring out a pathway forward. And I'm very thankful that at least Council Vice President Chugtai took the initiative and worked incredibly hard to provide us a different pathway that would allow us to protect all the public safety funding, as well as not increase the tax levy. And I'm incredibly thankful for your work on this, because I know it was not easy. I know many of the neighborhoods and my residents have communicated, a frustration of not seeing progress be made on alternative public safety services. And the mayor's proposal to cut those services really felt like a slap in the face. I also recognize, the convention center, like all city departments, has had a long-term vision that requires investments. And I also want to thank Councilmember Cashman, who hosted a meeting for us, council members, on Tuesday to learn more about that vision. And while I appreciate learning more, for me, there's no question for me in terms of what needs to be prioritized right now. And while it's not ideal, we do have the opportunity to fund both the cosmetic renovations at the convention center, as well as fund the police contract that passed, while also protecting the funding that's already been allocated to our comprehensive public safety services. As it pertains to the convention center, the proposal that council is being asked to support today means that the cosmetic renovations will be slightly delayed. Some RFPs might have to be reissued, but at the end of the day, the convention center will still have its renovations done in its boardrooms. And this also means programs like cultural ambassadors and transit safety benefits or services will continue to be prioritized for visitors who will go to the convention center, because they will be funded. So as I said on Tuesday, this really feels like a win-win, and that's literally why I'm supporting it, and just want to give kudos again to Council Vice President for finding us a pathway to get to that win-win.
I see Vice President Chugtai in the priority motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to make sure to clarify that the renovations at the convention center will be able to move forward as planned. So there will be no delays, no need to reissue RFPs, and that is included in here. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I'm excited to be supporting this motion by Council Vice President. Oftentimes, we need to be creative in the way that we make budget decisions. Our budget is highly complicated and it requires maneuvering sometimes that looks just like this. And I just want to appreciate the time that our budget chair and council vice president spent in doing this to address the needs that this body brought forward and the concerns that members had, to really find a way to ensure that the convention center remodel is possible, to make sure that the projects that are within this are whole, and to address the very pressing need of ensuring that neighborhood safety, alternatives to safety programming is made whole. I can't emphasize that enough. We just voted for a police contract that has minimal reform in a time where comprehensive safety is so stretched thin. And I just have to say, as feedback to this administration, it was not okay to put that up on the chopping block without conversations with council members who have the authority to budget. It did not bode well for a good beginning point for our discussion to make this happen. So that's why we're in this situation. And the urgency that I feel is we passed the contract, we have to pay for it, we have to move on to the next parts of our budget. We're in a major deficit. And I also want to kind of take a moment to bring us back to what this public safety aid was meant for and really look at the state statute. The things that were listed that we could use this funding for included community violence prevention, intervention programs, community engagement, mental health crisis responses, victim services, training programs. Maybe there is a case to be made that some of this funding and the programming that we allocated need to be fine-tuned or reevaluated, and maybe that's not the explicit purpose. I know that I'm having conversations about transit safety programming, and maybe what I intended as the budget item before might not fit, but in a budget deficit where we are stretching to find dollars, I would rather put that money aside for when we have pressing safety concerns that require alternatives to policing. I do not want to cut that funding. We need that funding. We need to build out this system because that is something that the people of Minneapolis are calling on us to do, and I can't emphasize enough. Had we have launched some of these ambassador programs, they could have potentially saved some lives. It could have potentially made people feel safer. Transit safety is a huge priority. And so I think this is a win-win-win. I know we're dipping into downtown assets and it feels unprecedented, but we're in a moment where we're staring down a deficit and we have to weigh needs versus wants. We need to support public safety across the board, and we may not. It might be a want to preserve all of downtown assets, but that's what we're looking at. We're going to need to make some tough decisions, and I think this is the right decision before us.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm listening to this conversation, and based on what was just said, I think that's great. Let's split this vote then. That's what we do when people ask for it, is to split this vote in two. Clearly, the ability to potentially move forward on the convention center contract does not have anything to do with the second part of this motion. So I did allow it on the agenda, but I do object to the two being tied together. Thank you. Second, no.
Are you asking for a second?
It's just, no. Councilmember Chugtai indicated that that's okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I didn't see your thumb up or down. So that is something that we do on this council when people want votes split. And so I think we need to do that. And I will go ahead and make a motion accordingly if needed.
I'll second that motion.
There's been a motion to split the vote, and it's been seconded. Vice President Chugtai, were you wanting to address that, or did you want to get in queue on that motion?
Mr. President, maybe I could help out a little bit. When a member makes a demand for a division of a question that can clearly be separated into two questions, it must be done. So those two items are not, they can stand on their own. A member has asked for it to be divided. there's not a need for a motion. You would want a motion if they can't be divided and one part is dependent upon the other. But because there are more monies in the Downtown Asset Fund that could cover within the discretion of that department's budgetary discretionary authority, the request to divide that question is a member's right to divide two separable provisions into two motions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I will note we've always had that courtesy for every member of the City Council. So second, I will say that in this brand new motion, I appreciate that you did correct the fiscal problem that I had mentioned on Tuesday, which was to put $6 million into this year's budget for MPD. That wasn't sitting well with me. But the thing that I took from your memo in the middle of the night was that the ARPA dollars, the federal funding, would, quote, be lost. And what you said today, which that it's use it or lose it. On Tuesday, we had a very long, 90-minute long presentation about these ARPA dollars, and it was said very clearly, line item by line item, that we aren't losing a single drop of this ARPA funding. It will all go to revenue replacement. It is a completely false narrative to say that this money is, we're going to grab it because we would use it or lose it. That's just not reality. Second, I appreciate the creativity in trying to move money around in a lot of different ways, but this goes against our financial practices. Moving Downtown Assets Fund for other items here is not appropriate. The state is where we get this ability to even have this tax, and it's for very specific purposes. The more we stray from it, and it is in our list of initiatives to make some changes to that taxing district, the more we make changes from it, the more we stray from this, the more we're opening up ourselves to future risk. We don't want our taxpayer dollars going to fund downtown assets, and for that reason, this Downtown Assets Fund was created. It has a clear purpose, which is to support our city's assets, including the convention center, the hospitality and entertainment industries downtown and our stadiums. In parallel, the public safety aid granted to us by the state has a clear purpose to support the public safety needs of our city. So this feels like a real sleight of hand and last minute. There is not a sense of urgency to fund these neighborhood safety programs because they don't yet exist. Once they exist, once there is even a funded pilot program, I will work with you to find funding for these programs. They were all good ideas, but they are not ready, nor did the commissioner last year say that they would be ready until he created the infrastructure to say, deploy them. To be able to deploy safety ambassadors on Lake Street would be needed before you could have an effective, impactful cultural safety ambassador program. Curiosity that came to mind as I was listening to you is Councilmember Chugtai, did Jeff Johnson endorse this? It made it sound, your comments this morning made it sound as though he did.
Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. To address your question on Director Jeff Johnson's perspective on this, I'm certain that Councilmember Cashman is happy to speak to it, but this change was made at his specific request.
Right, this change was made, but I don't think that's the same as saying he endorses this type of movement or using this money in this way. Did the Finance Department endorse this?
Our staff within departments don't endorse
You're right.
things.
You're right. By endorse, I mean, do they see this as a sound opportunity, as a sound choice that we're looking to make here? I sort of doubt it, is my point.
I don't know that, pardon me, I don't know that speculation on staff positions is really appropriate.
Thank you. I will no longer opine on them. I do think it's important that our city staff, who are experts in their field of public finance, see these as a concrete choice or not. I'll just say I can't vote in good faith to shuffle and move around millions of dollars with a couple hours to think about it. That's not sound budgeting. This feels like a false sense of urgency since, again, these programs that you're looking to preserve that are right now not programs but good ideas, there isn't an urgency to maintain funding on them because they don't yet exist. the timing of this proposal flies in the face of that kind of process and procedures and work plans that we've been constantly updated on from Amanda Harrington and others in committee. We are sitting on $9 million that can go toward this contract and could be well utilized. It's something that the city used to lobby for this money from the state. So when you, Councilmember Payne, talk about prioritizing, I think it's pretty clear. We should be prioritizing using the available public safety money for public safety. So the narrative from my colleagues about defunding public safety alternatives, it's simply not accurate. It's getting tiresome. Accusing the mayor of some kind of sabotage, I think, goes against the respect and decorum that we're working on as a council. These programs do not exist. The Office of Community Safety has told us over and over they do not have the capacity and ability to spend this money.
You're at time.
Period.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. I'm not able to vote for this today. I really appreciate all the hard work. I was very impressed at getting the email at 1:30 in the morning, yet that email is different than what we're asked to vote on today. So I really haven't had the time to think this through. And I don't know why council members are making decisions on the Downtown Asset Fund, and they don't even talk to someone who's worked in that industry for 35 years. You know, you speak for the convention center, yet you don't even talk to someone who's worked for them. So that's if that's how you roll, that's how you roll. This decision does not have to be made today, and any decision to raid the Downtown Assets Fund, it's a slippery slope. And once you take one penny out of that, you start to destroy the hospitality industry, the 32,000 jobs that are created, the low barrier jobs. That is not a good, sound financial decision. I will not be supporting this. And please look me up when you start making these decisions.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I believe that if we take these votes in motion separately, the convention center remodel will fail entirely. So I will advise us to not move them as separate motions. So I just want to clarify the process of what we're going through, what we're voting on, because I do want to make sure that the process that Council Vice President Chuck Ty brought us for, that is going to fund the convention center, still goes through. But I will say that if the motions are separated, that item was, I can't guarantee it's going to pass. So I just want to make sure that we're voting the process that Council Vice President Chuck Ty said, which is under the item in the Budget Committee. So I need some clarification here.
I believe Vice President Chuck Ty is getting those clarifications with the clerk. I will note that I won't be supporting the convention center on a split vote. I will support it as a package. Vice President Chuck Ty, do you have any more clarity from your conversation with the clerk?
Yes. So I would just add here that dividing this question turns this into two separate acts. An entire part of us getting to this place is both of them being one act. And I will also state I am not going to support the convention center contract, this bid, if this question is divided. I want to be really clear about that, and there are severe implications if we don't approve anything for the convention center today. So I wanted to clarify that right now.
Councilmember Vita.
Thank you. I got a text from a constituent, and I just wanted to. I don't know who could answer the question, or even if it's a question. There is nothing that would stop us from sorting through this in our regular budget process. I don't know if someone could answer that, or like, is this? I mean, I don't know where the sense of sure. COO Anderson Kelleher, if that's a question you can answer. I've been asked the question: is this something that we could go through, like, and have our constituents weigh in on through the regular budget process, or is this something that has to be done today?
Ms. Anderson Kelleher.
President Payne, council members, Councilmember Vita, there's nothing that needs to be done today. There is no deficit in 2024. There was a negotiation that took place yesterday. We did not have enough time to complete the negotiation, I believe, from being able to work through this. And there's no need to do this today. That was your question. There's no need to do this today.
That is my question. Thank you.
Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. I do believe we need to take this up today, because if we don't, the convention center remodel will be sent back to staff. It will be sent back to committee, and I don't want that to happen. That's why I worked on this compromise this morning with Jeff Johnson, with others from Meet Minneapolis, to, instead of compromising the convention center remodel project, we use the Downtown Assets Fund cash balance. That is a compromise. If we don't keep these votes tied together, the convention center remodel project will fail today and will be sent back to the drawing board. That's the risk that we're up against.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, President Payne. I believe Councilmember Cashman may have just answered my question, but I wanted to ask Council Vice President, what would be the implications, or are there further implications beyond what Councilmember Cashman just indicated?
Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Jenkins, are you talking about, would you like an answer on this related to implications to the convention center remodel, or the PSA reallocation, or both?
Well, Council Vice President, you made a blanket statement that if we don't take these up together today, there would be some serious, I'm guessing, negative implications.
Yep.
You did not use the word negative, but you said there would be potential implications if we did not take these together. So I was trying to get more clarity on what those implications may be. Councilmember Cashman indicated at least one, maybe that's it. But I'm asking you, are there further implications, since you did use the plural implications?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. It is important to Councilmember Cashman, to myself, and what I'm hearing in head nods as I'm walking back from my conversations with Clerk Carl is a need to keep these two items together, and a need to ensure that we are taking these actions so that in prior conversations, we have been talking about using this convention center project money to pay for the proposal below. Keeping them separate means that, like, I don't believe there to be support on this body right now to approve the contract as a standalone thing, and so, because there may then also be implications or conversations about using cash fund balance versus convention center money, I would move to send this remodel back to staff for further work. That would delay final action on the remodel, in case we end up needing to use that money to pay for the resolution below. So that's the implication. This is a way we were able to reach compromise and agreement to approve both together as one act, with Councilmember Cashman and with Jeff Johnson from the Minneapolis Convention Center.
Mr. Chair, so I guess to be just clear, it's your discretion whether to send this back to committee or not?
That would require a vote of this body. I'm ready to vote to approve this contract right now, as long as the act stays together. If that is not the case, I'm not ready to do that, and I would urge this body to send this item back to staff for further work. At minimum, that delays action by one cycle, at minimum.
I put myself in queue because I wanted to speak maybe just from some of the conversations we've had with leadership, and this was actually reflected in one of our budget meetings. We are already behind when it comes to the budget work that the team is doing in preparing the mayor's recommended budget, and they had asked for us to get to a decisive position here so that they can at least move forward with that budget process. So that's implication number one. Implication number two, and thank you to Councilmember Cashman for arranging the meeting with Director Johnson and Melvin Tennant from Minneapolis to talk about the logistics of planning for the construction project. And this contract originally came up about a month ago, maybe even a little bit longer than that. And part of the logistics of planning for construction was around how they have to book those rooms out and how they're holding those bookings for the purposes of completing this construction work. And so that's going to be lost revenue for the duration of that construction time. But from my perspective, there needs to be some clarity today for our budget team because they're already crunched for time when it comes to putting that recommended budget together. So if we further delay this, send it back to be further worked on, they're going to be running out of time because we may not know what that decision would be, whether it's to approve a smaller scope or the same scope with the cash balance or to reject the contract outright. I think they need that decision right now. That's what's driving the urgency, especially the combination of the need of the budget team to finish the budget process with the logistics of planning for construction. And so I'm ready to support this as a package today. If we're separating this out, my current position is I'm ready to just vote this contract down, not even send it back, because I think this is what prioritizing means. But I'll recognize Councilmember Koski.
Thank you, President Payne. Perhaps, I'm not sure if the CEO can answer this question or somebody else, but I'm hearing from you that we don't have to take action today, and I'm just curious if you could help us understand a little bit if we were to send this motion in its entirety, so both the bid and then also the general appropriation resolution back, what would happen to the project timeline? I think it'd be helpful now to get some clarity. We're hearing here on the dais because we've heard different iterations. Not everybody has been in all of the different meetings. So if you could give us some clarity on what the project timeline would look like if we would move this back at least one cycle in its entirety, and then what are the consequences on our budget process if we were to do those? Because as President Payne stated, we were urged to make a decision last time. We've delayed this a few times already, and so wanted to understand that, and then also finally to really know about the impact of taking the funds from the downtown asset cash fund in this way. So there are three questions. I'm happy to give you time to go through those.
Ms. Anderson-Kelleher.
President Payne, Councilmember Koski, I may have to have you repeat one of those at some point. Let's start with a cycle delay is a cycle delay. It, however, is different than at one point we were asked, could we rescope the project? That would be more than 8 weeks. A cycle delay is 3 weeks. I think we could live with a cycle delay. On the convention center project, I want to remind everyone that because someone talks to a department head does not mean agreement of everyone here. And I'm not even sure Mr. Johnson agreed to this. He may have heard about it, and I want to be very clear that this is an important issue right now, that his name has been bandied about up here in a way that I don't think is helpful. So I think it would be maybe wiser to do the cycle delay. That is my opinion right now. It's your choice, my opinion. You had a question about how it impacts the budget. Well, certainly the convention center project does not impact the budget because you approved that in the previous budget And it has no impact on the 2024 budget, the 2025 budget, the 2026 budget. The money is in the budget already. It is a RFP and contract, RFP that was put out, a contract responded to. There is no impact on the budget. The public safety aid issue is that if nothing happens, your decisions from last fall stand, and there would be a gap in the 25 budget from what the police contract came in at from the planning estimate. So again, for the public, for everyone here, there is no budget deficit in 2024. There is a gap of $9.2 million on salaries in 2025 above the planning estimate for the police contract. Right now, that is factored into the deficit that we are all hearing about. So what would happen? The mayor will make a proposal in about 5 weeks with the budget to then bring forward maybe a different solution. I don't know what it will be exactly. That's what he's going to do in a full budget, is he's going to make a proposal of how to close that gap and how to fund government going forward in the city of Minneapolis. Did I get everything?
Yes, that's helpful. So if I'm just recapping, is that, just to make sure that I'm clear, we would delay potentially a cycle, but that actually, just because of the tight timeline of 5 weeks, does that, and let's say we made this decision in 2 weeks from now, how does that change that may or may not change his proposal depending on what happens? Is that correct?
President Payne.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, because at some point he has to make a decision here. I mean, and there's work to be done, so.
President Payne, Councilmember Koski, I think we are very close to where, for the 2025 budget, we are close to decision-making right now. And so on the public safety aid, as I mentioned, what would happen if nothing happened? Then the current budget decisions from last fall for the 2024 budget stand. There's no change to them. The mayor will, in this proposal, there was a $3 million proposal to ease the burden on both renters and homeowners through the levy and the property tax. I cannot predict what he's going to do, but I know it's a high priority of the mayor's to reduce that burden as much as possible off of renters and homeowners so that we can have a balanced budget in 2025.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess the last question was the impact of taking downtown assets cash fund.
So, President Payne, Councilmember Koski, there are 5 different taxes that go into the downtown assets fund. There is the historic 1969 entertainment tax, which has the most flexibility. The city literally can use that on just about anything it wants. There has been a practice in the last number of years to put that tax together with what is known as the lost taxes, the local option sales taxes. Those 4 lost taxes have very dedicated purposes by state law. And I think that is the portion that I heard Councilmember Palmisano and Councilmember Vitas speaking to, which is there can be a danger in the use of the 4 taxes versus the entertainment tax. We don't have a good split on those taxes. They come back to us in a lump sum right now, or we put them in a lump sum. We put them in one account. They come back in, they are put in an account together. And so.
Councilmember Koski is at time. Did you want to finish those remarks?
Councilmember Payne, it's up to you.
If they're brief, go ahead and finish.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need to assert these two things are completely separate. It was even said so by others at the beginning of this conversation. But for some kind of what's feeling a bit like a quid pro quo, or maybe that the unlucky head of our convention center had a budgeted, end of process, bid complete, large dollar item that came through a consent agenda at the wrong time. This is not hard. These are two very different topics. One, the remodel has been held on our agenda for I'm not sure how many cycles. I don't want to get that wrong. But this sounds wildly inappropriate to tie the two together. It sounds almost as inappropriate as the memo that I only learned about in retrospect that was sent to the mayor saying, here are the things we need to approve the police contract. It sounds also like you know everybody's vote here today. So yes, we are behind on considering this remodel. We're behind because you want to hold on to funding for programs that do not exist and cannot exist today. So all I am saying is let's argue about that part tomorrow. Meanwhile, yesterday I heard from laborers about their plan to do $12 million of work at the convention center or not. And there's still nothing being started yet that takes your reallocated public safety aid money. Yet, because I hope those things come to fruition someday too. You are holding that money away from the taxpayers of our city to defray our need to collect more money from taxpayers for 2025. So I urge you to complete this vote, however it is you see, on the convention center remodel and $12 million worth of union labor that was planned and budgeted for this year. And let's argue about the public safety aid and how we might go ahead to continue to fund these programs as soon as they are able to exist tomorrow.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I just want to reiterate, it's the constant practice of this bait and switch with the administration is astounding. So literally a month ago, last cycle, we heard budget finance staff literally said the sky will fall out if we did not approve the funding proposal that the mayor brought forward in front of us. Now we have COO saying, actually, there's no urgency. We could take our sweet time. Again, the contradictions is just ridiculous. We have given this a month, and we've given it a month because, common sense would say we should figure out how to propose something before it's even approved. The administration wanted us to just rubber stamp a proposal that defunded comprehensive safety solutions, where maybe for some of my colleagues, you don't have shootings or you don't have concerns around transit safety. That is not the case for a number of us. And we all approve those appropriations. We should not set a practice that when the mayor does not like our appropriations, that he could just relitigate whenever he wants and send his staff to try to justify that. So we literally said, cool. We recognize there are shared sentiments of wanting to protect public safety aid, while also, if the contract is going to pass, let's find a way to fund that contract in a way that doesn't defund those crucial safety services. And also, because I want to note this too, that the administration came up here and said before us the last time, they said if you don't approve this proposal, the only alternative that we have is to raise the levy on our residents. Basically, you're going to put residents in a financially strained position if you don't approve this rush proposal in front of you now. So we finally took a month, thank you, Council Vice President, to actually do some great homework, talk to key stakeholders who will be impacted by identifying different funding sources, and we got to a place here. So I find it just ridiculous that we're hearing something completely different from the administration that was not the same just literally a month ago. So to me, that lets me know it's either an issue of political will to do a hard decision. I get it's hard to want to take money from the Downtown Assets Fund. It might be even unprecedented, but we are walking into some financially challenging years. And as the purse holders of this city, we're going to have to make difficult decisions. And this is one of those difficult decisions, especially if people want to fund these historic pay raises. So I just wanted to really reset after the extensive questioning or response that COO Mack provided that just seemed completely off the walls from what we heard just even a month ago. So with that, I really hope now we it sounds like Council Vice President Chugtai, there's a motion in front of us to separate, or there's been a request to separate these two items. Can we get clarification on what positions or what action needs to happen now before more people get in queue for discussion on this item?
Mr. Clerk, are you best equipped to answer that question?
I certainly can, but I would defer to the Council Vice President if she wants to start that. We've had opportunities to consult.
Vice President Chugtai?
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Wansley, to answer your question, there are the motion that is in front of you has two parts to it. One is the bid, accepting the bid and contract related to the convention center renovation project, estimated at about, which is set at about $13 million. And the second is approving amendments to the general appropriation resolution. Councilmember Palmisano made the request to divide the question, as is her right or any member's right. Based on that, we will take item number one within this first. I would move to return this item back to staff to bring back in front of us, and then I would move to approve the general appropriation resolution amendments. So those are the steps. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Mr. President, could I add a little extra clarification on that?
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. The reason that it's separable, another explanation, and perhaps because of the way we capture things on the agenda in files on limbs, it's not clear. But as the Vice President just explained, the first proposal deals with a contract. And so the clerk's office will have an official act around that contract. The second one, the resolution, is an action that would amend, if approved, our already adopted 2024 general appropriation resolution. So there are two separate acts, which reinforces the opportunity to split them. I will note by comparison on the agenda today under the Climate and Infrastructure Committee, because this is perhaps where it gets a bit confusing, we've bundled up on item number 2, an agreement with Hennepin County for Green Central Safe Routes to School project. But you'll notice there's a 1 and 2 under that. One is a cooperative agreement. One is a resolution. Those are two separate acts that are packaged together under on a single proposal. And so much in the same way, these are two actions that are bundled together and can therefore be separated. So I just wanted to say this is something that might not be readily apparent when we do this on a regular basis, is that one agenda item could have multiple actions. It's not a one motion is one action. It's one motion could have several actions bundled into it. And this is just one example of how that's done.
Councilmember Wansley, any other questions?
No, I would. It has actually, is there a motion in front of us? You outlined the next steps that you would do. Are you prepared to make the motions right now so we can just get clarity? No.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will move to return the item to staff of accepting the bid on the convention center meeting room remodel.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question. How long have we delayed this contract at this point? Is it 2 cycles or 3?
It's the same amount of time as the PSA reallocation.
Which was
This
also
is our
held
third
up.
cycle.
So we've now delayed these important decisions for 3 cycles. Thank you. I just wanted to note that because I don't support this.
That's fine. This is happening at the request of other members, so, and the administration. Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. We've now heard from COO Anderson Callagher that they do accept 1 cycle delay on this item, which I think is appropriate. But in that time, I will be continuing to fight very hard for the delivery of this project. It's really important not only to the Loring Park and downtown community, but also to, as Councilmember Rainville said, 32,000 hospitality workers throughout our city, 12,000 laborers. This is an important project. We all agree on that. I have done a lot of work this week to share with my colleagues who didn't have as much background on the convention center in Meet Minneapolis about this project. That's why, for the council members here who are served on the executive committee with, they were not included because we have open meeting law. We had to make sure that those meetings did not break quorum. That's why I did a lot of work this week to share about the importance of this project with my colleagues. I wanted to move these items together today because I want to get a funding source for the police contract together, and I want this remodel project to get approved. But because that is not possible, I'll be supporting the motion to send the remodel project back for one more cycle.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Councilmember Payne. I was not certain about how I was going to vote on things today. It was implied that maybe we all were, but I'm here to state the record clear. No. I read the email at the same time that others got it, and Council Vice President made an offering to folks to let people know that she would be in here early if people had questions, so I got a chance to ask her my questions. I just want to say, to me, even if the neighborhood safety programming hasn't moved forward, which is troubling in and of itself, it is not a replenishable resource that we have available to us to fund neighborhood safety and alternatives to policing, which are deeply underfunded. And I'm going to keep on making that point over and over again. This is a valuable pot of money that would rely on the legislature deciding to give cities money for this purpose again. I'll also say I'm in support of this motion. Should for any reason the funding motion that Chugtai brought forward doesn't go forward, and then I will also encourage my colleagues who are in opposition of this. You have now heard from your other fellow colleagues, including myself, what our lines are and what we need in this public meeting. And if you don't want to go down this route, then I encourage you to work on creating a motion and work with our staff to come up with other opportunities. Everyone has the ability to make motions and give us options so we can deliberate on a body. If you don't like what someone else is doing, work on something else that works for you and talk to your colleagues about what they need to get to a place where they can consider it in our next meetings. So I'll close my comments there.
Seeing no one left in queue, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on referring the convention center remodel contract back to staff.
And Mr. President, can I clarify with the Vice President? Your intention was this to go to the Budget Committee, right? It can go to staff, but it's going to come back to Budget Committee, or you want it back at this level?
Back to the budget. It'll come back through the Budget Committee.
So the motion is to refer to Budget Committee.
To Budget Committee.
Right, and Budget Committee will handle that.
Do we need to
I just want to clarify.
formally make that motion and second it?
I just want to clarify that's my understanding. We are
Okay.
referring this back to the Budget Committee.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Jenkins.
No.
Councilmember Palmisano.
No.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Can you repeat the motion?
This is a motion to refer the bid for convention center work back to the Budget Committee.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitok.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Chugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 8 ayes and 4 nays.
That motion carries, and that item will be referred back to the Budget Committee. Next, we will take up item 2 on this proposal, the main motion made by Vice President Chugtai. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Nay.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Nay.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
No.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitok.
No.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Nay.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 7 ayes and 5 nays.
That carries, and the report is adopted. Next, we have our Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee, and I want to do a check-in with my colleagues. It is 11:51 right now. Do we want to take a short recess for lunch? I'm seeing some head nods. I'm seeing some shaking.
No, thank you.
All right. It doesn't seem like we have easy consensus on that. So I will have Council Member Ellison do the Business, Housing, and Zoning Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Biz Committee brings 14 items for approval. Number 1 is approving an application for DB Doe. Number 2 is approving an application for Barcelona Wine Bar. 3 is approving an application for Modern Well. 4 is approving an application for the Peppermint Hippo. Number 5 is approving an application for Abby's Cafe. Number 6 and 7 are approving applications for extended hours for Raising Cane's at 2 separate locations. Number 8 is the vacant building registration ordinance. Number 9 is a variance appeal, but I will be moving to delete this item from the agenda based on a determination that the land use application has been automatically granted by operation of Minnesota State Statute 15.99, commonly referred to as the 60-day law. 10 is denying an appeal subject to conditions. And I have some notes. There was a lot of discussion on that. And so I wanted to read here just some of the rationale for some of the conditions that were placed on that item. There was a lot of discussion. So the Biz Committee is implementing a 9 p.m. shutoff time for with exceptions for Fridays and annual homecoming events. As staff has made previous considerations for residential neighbors for earlier shutoff times. It is determined by this committee that 9:30 is the best time for this area in order to maintain the general welfare, comfort, and safety for the public. And use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the vicinity, and will not impede the normal and orderly development. A consideration that must be met by all conditional uses. Staff recognize that the school is located in a residential neighborhood, and staff is recommending a condition of approval that the lights be turned off by 10:15 p.m., but again, the committee is further restricting that. It was clear that for this neighborhood, through extensive comment, that this was not the standard, that this was not a standard that would fit the neighborhood in order to meet the standard of avoiding injury and enjoyment to the properties, other properties within the vicinity. The rationale for the second condition is that the applicant has agreed to not use the lights for rentals and other non-school uses. And so that condition has some mutual agreement. And so I'm just stating those out loud as rationales for the 2 conditions so that the committee can understand the item better. 11 is liquor license approvals, 12 is liquor license renewals, and 13 is the Summer Jobs Connect Academy implementation grant for the Step Up program. 14 is the Hennepin County Housing and Redevelopment Authority financial assistance for affordable housing projects. And those are all the items. And so I will move all of those items for approval with the exception of item number 9, which I will move to delete from the agenda.
Councilmember Ellison has moved that committee's report. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. I'd like to pull item number 10 for a separate discussion and vote, please.
Councilmember Rainville has requested taking a separate vote on item number 10. For the remainder of the report, is there any discussion? Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, President Payne. I just want to make some brief comments in regards to item number 9, which is the vacancy building registration. which is the city's program for buildings that are hazardous or condemned. During my first term, my office fielded dozens of calls and questions about properties in the ward that they described as a nuisance to the neighborhood. Some of these buildings have been empty for years and were dilapidated with no signal to the community of when they will be active again. Some of these properties were vacant homes and apartment buildings that residents were frustrated to see empty when we know there's a housing crisis going on, and they was also watching our unhoused residents be evicted from one block to another all over the city. Others were commercial spaces that residents were eager to see activated into storefronts for small businesses. Instead, these chronically vacant, hazardous properties were creating public health and safety issues, bringing down local property values, and basically not contributing to the community in any way. I am grateful for those calls because they led to many conversations between my office and city staff on how to address those concerns, and I am pleased that the ordinance before you is a final product of one of many steps that my office intends to take to address the vacancy issue that I know many of our neighborhoods and communities are experiencing all across the city and long before COVID. The VBR program has helped provide many property owners with resources and support to convert hazardous vacant properties into active assets in the community. But there are still too many condemned and boarded properties that are hurting our neighborhoods, especially Black, brown, and working class communities. Creating a time limit for VBR eligibility will help address these chronic vacancies and support city efforts to increase more housing, more commercial space, and have fewer hazardous properties in our neighborhood. So I just want to thank all the Ward 2 residents who pushed me to make this a priority for my office, my own staff, Celeste and Ganani, as well as all the residents throughout the city who contacted my office to advocate for this work advancing. I want to also thank my co-author, Councilmember Ellison, for his support. It's been very clear that people are tired of vacant properties in their neighborhoods and the harm that they cause. And just want to reiterate that this is just one of several steps that my office is going to be taking to reduce vacancy across the city. And I look forward to continuing this work with all of you, staff and residents in the community who are impacted by this issue.
Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, President Payne. First, I want to make some comments in support of item number 8, the vacant building registration ordinance. So I'm really grateful for all the work that my colleagues have put in on this issue. And even though Ward 7 doesn't have the highest concentration of buildings on the vacant building registry, we certainly have some in Loring Park and in the Warehouse District in particular. And they are very dangerous buildings in our community. They attract fireworks, even shootings in the case of 200 Oak Grove last week. So I think that this is a really important tool for getting some property owners back to the table to work on a solution for renovating or selling their buildings. And as I said in the committee last week, I put a 1-question survey in my newsletter every week. And I asked about this ordinance in particular. The responses that I received from residents demonstrate that Ward 7 folks really understand the use of this, the vacant building registry and the reform that we're voting on today. I secondly want to ask Vice Chair Ellison if you'd be willing to explain the implications of removing item number 9 from the agenda. What does that mean for the appellants and their case to try to get an appeal so they can increase the size of their garage?
I'm happy to explain it in lay terms. I think the attorneys probably know better, but essentially the application took a very long time to come before council, is my understanding. When we didn't take action, the 60 days that we had to take action expired, thus automatically approving the application.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President Payne. I want to talk about item number 8, the vacant building registration ordinance, and I want to thank Councilmember Wansley and Councilmember Ellison for their work on this particular ordinance. I know this is going to help the north side based on what I saw in the presentation in committee, and I also know it's going to help a lot of residents in East Phillips, Midtown Phillips in general, both Ward 6 and Ward 9. I know Councilmember Osman isn't here, but this is something that our residents will be benefiting from and something they have been asking for a while. Council. Again, just wanted to thank Councilmember Wansley and Councilmember Ellison for their leadership on this.
I put myself in queue to also thank both of you for your leadership. I have a elder care home whose license was revoked during COVID and has been a building that's just been sitting empty ever since. And it's had some very shady looking ownership exchanges that look like maybe a shell LLC that I don't want to get into the specifics of it, but it's a real big problem in my community, and we should be seeing that building being activated. It has the potential to provide supportive housing, being restored as an elder care facility, and right now it's boarded up with squatters coming in on occasion, and it's a huge concern. It's right in the middle of right next to an elementary school, right next to a park, deep in a residential neighborhood within Wyndham Park. And I believe that this is going to go a long way to helping to resolve that issue when we get this passed. Councilmember Vita.
Northside Solidarity here. I don't have my computer with me, so Councilmember Vita jumped in for me. Just wanted to thank the lead author and co-author on this ordinance as well. Councilmember Wansley, thank you so much for your leadership on this. Strengthening the tools that Regulatory Services has in order to make sure that we can activate as many buildings in our community as possible has been something that I've been working on since I first got elected. And to see my colleagues take a huge interest in Regulatory Services, in strengthening those tools, and expanding those tools, I know it's encouraging to the department. It's certainly encouraging to me. I got a chance to visit with the Housing Advisory Committee as they were getting a presentation on this ordinance, and just the level of engagement, the level of curiosity and excitement around creating tools to hold to activate these properties was really exciting to them, and so just wanted to offer that because I know that not both of us were able to be there, and so it's a good tool. I look forward to supporting the department in giving them the resources to actualize this policy. But again, just can't thank the lead author and co-author, Councilmember Wansley, enough on seeing this through and getting this passed. So thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on this report, minus item number 10 and deleting item number 9.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries, and those items are adopted. Next, we will take up item number 10, and I will recognize Councilmember Ellison.
Thank you. I wanted to further amend item 10. I know I moved it with both conditions. There were two conditions, one around the use of the field that was agreed upon by the applicant, the other around the timing, the shutoff time. We've had a lot of discussion. I know that the council member of the ward has had a lot of discussion with our attorneys in trying to develop a rationale for the earlier shutoff time. And, none of us know our communities better than those of us who represent them. And so I want to commend Councilmember Chowdhury for working with her residents to develop that time. However, we have gotten, I think that so far, we cannot justify the earlier shutoff time with any existing policy. And so I wanted to first move to remove condition number 1 from item 10 because it did pass through in committee. And then again, I'll remove item 10 as amended after we vote on that. So I want to move to remove that first condition regarding the earlier shutoff time. Clerk has...
Mr. President, if I can just qualify what I think I understood, is of the number of conditional uses that were tied to this permit, the one specifically tied to timing would say that lights on the field could be operated up until 10:15 p.m., except for Fridays and homecoming, that those would be the exception.
Right. And there's a little bit. Yes, that's my intention, and I believe the 10:15 time does have some ability to be supported by precedent, but the 9:15 time does not. And so if the attorneys had anything to clarify, or if the council member of the ward.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. It is my understanding what was passed in the Planning Commission was across the board every single day, 10:15 shutoff time as a conditional use to be aligned with other schools. So not exceptions for Fridays. The exceptions for Fridays was moved in my motion for 9:30. I will not be able to support the removal of this condition. I understand that members of the body have to make their own decisions. In the public record, appellant came and provided the 9:30 time as a reasonable time for this residential neighborhood. I believe that we have to look at the needs of each neighborhood uniquely in certain times when it comes to different conditional uses. But I would really appreciate, just so my residents can understand what the attorneys are grappling with, if Attorney Nelson, through the chair, would be willing to kind of explain the situation here. And I also just want to note that there was a second condition that was brought forward in the Biz Committee to turn off the lights when it was non-school uses, and the applicant, Minnehaha Academy, was agreeable to that. And so it's my understanding we're taking those conditions up separately.
Mr. Nielsen.
Thank you, Council President Payne. To Councilmember Chowdhury's question, that's correct. The Planning Commission, where the land use matters originate, granted the CUP with several conditions. One of those conditions was that the lights can only be operated until 10:15. That was a condition, it's my understanding, that the applicant also agreed to. A neighbor appealed that action, the approval of the CUP, to the Biz Committee. At Biz adopted an additional condition, as noted by Councilmember Chowdhury, which is that the lights shall only be used for school events. That is still before you today. That is also agreeable to the applicant. The only condition that seems to be at issue from the discussion here is pursuant to the official action is condition number 3, which was amended at Biz, again, to say lights can only be operated until 9:30 except on Fridays and homecoming. The issue there is that there hasn't been an expressed rationale that I believe has legal sufficiency to support the 9:15 condition. As an example, what's in the record and what we have in the record is entirely one-sided, that a CUP to increase the height of light stanchions actually minimizes light spillover and some of those adverse effects that might normally open such an approval up to mitigating conditions. In addition, we have the context of other schools that have developed athletic fields with lights where the city has approved height increases as well. And those approvals, the two most recent approvals, are North High and South High. Those were approved in 2018, 2019 by the city to increase the height of the lights, and those had no time limit whatsoever on them. I think that's indicative of the fact that a condition has to have it to be legally sufficient, a nexus to what the ask is. And the ask here is to increase the height of lights. And the current technology actually minimizes the spillover and glare effect of taller lights, where they're able to focus my layman's understanding, the beam of light more. So with the condition of 9:15 shutoff being unsupportable and not in context with other similarly situated properties, one option that is available to you, as noted by Councilmember Ellison, is to essentially return that condition to what was the staff recommendation, the CPED staff recommendation, and the Planning Commission recommendation, which was 10:15. And 10:15, even though timing, again, is perhaps an open question about being pertinent to a CUP to increase height, it is acceptable to the applicant. And as Councilmember Chowdhury noted, her exception language was tied to 9:30. If it's the will, you can leave that in, obviously, with 10:15. If it's the will of the body that doesn't need to be there and just make it 10:15, that is fine too.
Councilmember Ellison.
Further chime in. So I think removing the exception for Fridays and homecoming, having just 10:15 as previous, I think is what I want the motion to be. So essentially to remove the 9:30 condition, maintain the second condition that was stated, and then have that time set as a flat 10:15 as supported by staff and the Planning Commission. And again, I do want to say that I 100% respect Councilmember Chowdhury's position and wanting to defend the neighbors of the area and fight for the lighting issue. I would ask my colleagues to support the later time so that we can be in compliance with the law and everything. So yes. So I'll move that, and then we can take up the item as amended.
Okay. Councilmember Chowdhury, are you still in queue or? Go ahead.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I just want to make sure that everyone has this right. Councilmember Ellison, you're making the motion to change it to 10:15 instead of what I proposed was 9:30. And then are we taking up the second condition, or is that just remaining, and if it moves forward, we'll be fine? Okay.
Yeah, the second condition I have not. Yes, yes. That's still there.
Council President, may I?
Mr. O'Neill.
Just for ultimate clarification, those are 2 conditions of 5 total on this CUP. The CUP, the action is to deny the neighbor's appeal, which approves the CUP with the 5 imposed conditions. The conditions are, number 1, the conditional use permit shall be recorded with Hennepin County as required by state law. That's a standard condition for all CUPs. Number 2 is the light fixtures used shall be full cutoff fixtures. Number 3 is, as the suggested amendment, lights can only be operated until 10:15. Number 4 is the lights shall only be turned on when the athletic field is being used. And 5 is the lights shall only be used for school events.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Ellison has, I want to make sure that his motion was seconded, so I'll second that motion. And you spoke very well to that. I voted against this in committee because I do think that Minnehaha Academy should be treated the same as North High and South High. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
No.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
No.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 10 ayes and 2 nays.
That item carries and the full report is adopted. Next, we will take up our Climate and Infrastructure Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Cashman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Climate and Infrastructure Committee is bringing forward 6 items. Item number 1 is approving the 2024 street lighting replacement project. Item number 2 is authorizing an agreement with Hennepin County for the Green Central Safe Routes to School project. Item number 3 is authorizing a contract with Canadian Pacific Kansas City for upgrading warning devices at the Upper Harbor Phase 1 public infrastructure project. Item number 4 is authorizing an amendment to an agreement with the Minnesota Department of Transportation to include additional audit provisions. Item number 5 is approving 3 appropriation and revenue adjustments to the Capital Improvement Program. And item number 6 is approving an agreement with Hennepin County for maintenance of sidewalks, signals, and the lighting system at the 35W and East Hennepin ramps. I'll move approval of all items.
Councilmember Cashman has moved approval of the committee's report. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries and the report is adopted. The next report is from our Committee of the Whole, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee of the Whole is bringing forward 3 items. Item number 1 is an on-sale liquor with limited entertainment and Sunday sales license revocation due to outstanding taxes owed to the Minnesota Department of Revenue. This item was forwarded without recommendation. We just learned that the entity was able to obtain a tax clearance letter from the state, so I will move to delete this item from the agenda. Item number 2 is approving standards, bylaws, and rules for appointed boards and commissions. Item number 2 is supporting the park board workers. I move approval of items number 1, which I'll move approval of these items, and I'll move to delete item number 1 from the agenda.
Councilmember Chavez has moved to delete item 1 from the agenda and approve items 2 and 3 on the report. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to speak to item number 3. I just want to echo much of what I said at Committee of the Whole on Tuesday. I believe we have the best parks in the country, and the work of Minneapolis Park Board employees is a big part of what makes us the best. Everybody here wants a fair contract, but we don't have decision-making power in these negotiations. Our vote on this resolution comes with lots of risks and what I see as 0 tangible benefits. I will continue doing what I think is appropriate in my role as a city council member, and that is having conversations with park board commissioners, Superintendent Al Bangora, and Local 363 through this strike. But I will not be voting in support of this resolution because I don't think it gets 2 independent sides any closer together. I need to remind you that we have a fiduciary responsibility, and I won't lecture or go on about it. But the MPRB is literally a part of the city, and our charter explicitly says they have independent authority. So are we going to give that to them, or are we going to go to work and change the city charter? There's a few changes we'd all like to make with the city charter, so I just fear that we're so caught up here in putting big decisions on hold today and every day that we never get to these structural things of what we could do to continue to change and strengthen our city government based on the vote of voters just 2 years ago. So I won't be able to support this today, and I just wanted to explain why. Thank you.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, President Payne. I am very proud to be authoring this. I just wanted to note and bring forward the comments that were asked about the legality of us being able to do this. Essentially, while it is very meaningful, it is a greeting card that says, I support park workers. We are communicating a position that is not binding. It is a greeting card that says, I support park workers, a really meaningful one. And at this moment, what I'm asking for and what my hope is that in order to protect the workers of our city and to ensure that our public asset, a park that belongs to the residents of our community, is not in jeopardy, is that our park board leaders go back to the negotiating table, and as council members, we get to ask that of other elected leaders. We make asks of other elected leaders all of the time, even in policies and projects where we're partnered in. We can make them publicly and privately, and I encourage all members to support this and to continue to do everything possible publicly and privately to ensure that the park board goes back to the negotiating table and negotiates in good faith, and ultimately the workers and the park board will determine what's best for them. But our work has been cited in this, and we should be able to respond to that. And so I'm very proud to be supporting this. We're on strike day 15, and park workers are currently using a hardship fund to get by. And I am still getting calls and reports of downed trees in areas where if our park workers were able to go back to work, they would be able to address and pick them up in service to our constituents.
Councilmember Wansley.
Thank you, Council President Payne. I just wanted to provide clarification to the public. This body did not delay taking up any difficult or, serious decisions by passing a symbolic resolution that indicates support for workers, as we've done in multiple instances. This body took up not only the police contract, but how to fund it. And as you can see through the extensive committee reports, dozens and dozens of impactful decisions. So I would encourage Councilmember Palmisano, if there are structural issues or structural or serious things that you would like to bring forward, do it. And more than happy to take those items up when you do the work to move them through the legislative process. Outside of that, thank you to my colleagues for authoring this resolution, for standing in solidarity with our workers, and also encouraging the Park Board to stay at the table with those workers to reach a fair and just contract that gets our Park Board workers back to service, which is what they want, but to also do so under fair and just conditions, especially working conditions. So just wanted to emphasize that and hope my colleagues will once again support this as they did on Tuesday.
Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President Payne. I want to thank Councilmember Wansley and Councilmember Chowdhury for working, and I'm proud to be co-authoring this resolution in support of our Park Board workers as well. And I'll just keep my comments pretty brief. Voting in favor of this resolution is in support of Park Board workers. It's supporting the best parks in this country. It is supporting working people in the city of Minneapolis. And voting no, we all know what that means.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do support Park Board workers. This is not a greeting card. The Park Board was already back at the table when this came up at committee. Honorary resolutions are greeting cards. They are done before our city council meetings begin. This is not a greeting card. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on deleting item number 1 and approving items 2 and 3 of the COW report.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
No on item 3 and aye on the rest.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vita.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes on the report except for number 3, which has 11 ayes and 1 nay.
That carries and the report is adopted. And before we move on to our next report, I will recognize Vice President Chugtai.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask if, without objection from anyone on the body, if I could be marked as voting no on biz item number 10. There was some confusion on the timing, and it won't change the outcome.
Any objections within the mic? Seeing none, clerks, are you able to note that? Thank you very much. And the next report is from our Intergovernmental Relations Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, Councilmember Chowdhury.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Intergovernmental Relations Committee is bringing forward one item, approval of the proposed Blue Line light rail extension, SDEIS comments, and authorizing their transmittal to the Met Council. I want to just take a moment to thank our staff and our intergovernmental relations team and Public Works and other relevant staff that worked on this, and thank Councilmember Rainville, Councilmember Vita, and Councilmember Ellison for their attention to this and submitting additional comments that are a part of this package. I look forward to continuing work on the work that is before this body around the Blue Line extension. That'll be forthcoming in the Intergovernmental Relations Committee. And with that, I move approval of these comments as specified in the staff report, as well as the additional document attached to the LIMS file, which includes additional comments provided by council members.
Councilmember Chowdhury has moved approval of the committee's report. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Chair Chowdhury. I do want to just note that Councilmember Ellison and Councilmember Vita and I had several comments to the project management office with the county and the Met Council that there were issues in our areas that are not resolved. Those are reflected in this report, and we look forward to a resolution of those before we face this difficult vote of municipal consent. Thank you.
I put myself in queue because I wanted to thank staff. I thought that their comments were extraordinarily comprehensive, and I also wanted to thank council members Rainville, Ellison, and Vital for their additional comments. I always love seeing how we can be engaged in some of this kind of the big issues that have a lot of deep technical and community impacts, and so I always love seeing that level of due diligence, and really appreciate that you worked with the clerks to get those comments included in the final comment report. And with that, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vital.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shughtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries, and the report is adopted. The report will be offered by our Public Health and Safety Committee, which will be presented by that committee's chair, which is Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Health and Safety Committee is bringing forward 6 items. Item number 1 is accepting a grant from Centerpoint Energy for glucometer kits for our fire department. Item number 2 is authorizing an agreement with Minneapolis Public Schools to conduct immunization-related outreach in order to update immunization records. Item number 3 is authorizing the execution of an MOU between the city and Asian Media Access for delivery of environmentally themed performances called Between Water and Cloud. Item number 4 is directing the city auditor's office to undertake research and analysis to produce a national landscape analysis of other cities' drug overdose prevention strategies. Item number 5 is authorizing the submittal of a grant application to the Minnesota Department of Human Services for culturally specific behavioral health supports. And finally, item number 6 is considering a total of 7 appointments and reappointments to the Community Commission on Police Oversight. You may recall that President Payne moved to send forward this item without recommendation to give time for all council members to review the applications. With that being said, I'll move approval of all items, including a residency waiver for Bridget Stewart.
Councilmember Chavez has moved approval of that report. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, President Payne. I just wanted to quickly talk about item number 1, which will allow our fire department to get those glucometer kits from Centerpoint Energy. We had Fire Chief Tyner here at the last PHS meeting along with Centerpoint staff, and we celebrated this moment. It's a really good thing for our fire department. And just wanted to also talk about item number 4, which is directing the city auditor's office to undertake research and analysis to produce a national landscape of other cities, basically directing our staff to do more research on drug overdose prevention strategies across the nation. For example, what it could look like to require Narcan at specific locations, what it could look like to expanding vending machines and Narcan access across our city, and just in general other overdose strategies. I'm authoring this with you, Council President Payne, and just looking forward to hearing back from our staff about the work that we can do. This is something that is really important to my residents in particular in the East Phillips and Midtown Phillips area, where we see a lot of overdoses, and we want to learn more about what we can do to save people's lives. So very excited about that.
I put myself into queue because you spoke to this during the committee report, but I just wanted to speak to my motion to forward the CCPO appointments without recommendation. There was a late walk-on that, and then there were some open questions about that residency waiver. I've had the opportunity to speak with each of the council members who had some of those appointments, and I'm very happy to support these recommendations. So just wanted to speak to that, and also speak to just thanking the city attorney for the work that we're doing on bringing amendments to the CCPO ordinance to help with some of these appointments and making sure that we have enough members to maintain quorum and also address the need to get through that backlog of review panels. So I will recognize Councilmember Vita.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thanks to Ward 4 resident Melissa Newman for her willingness to continue to serve on the CCPO. I am excited that she reapplied and that we'll get another term of her hard work and commitment to this on behalf of Ward 4 residents.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, President Payne. I wanted to express my gratitude to my colleagues and to Ms. Stewart, who has applied to and will soon be appointed to the CCPO. I think that Ms. Stewart will bring a wealth of knowledge and perspective as a person who is formerly incarcerated, as well as who spends each and every day in her working capacity at George Floyd Square to bring those experiences to the CCPO, I think will be a very useful addition.
Thank you for those comments. Seeing no one else in queue, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shovtine.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries and the report is adopted. Thank you, colleagues. That completes the reports of all of our standing committees. The next order of business is notice of ordinance introductions, and we have 2 notices to give today. First, council members Ellison and Vita give notice of intent to introduce at the next regular meeting of the City Council the subject matter of an ordinance amending the Streets and Sidewalks Code, amending the sunset provision to extend the expiration date of the West Broadway Improvement Special Service District. The second notice from council members Chavez and council member Chowdhury and me to introduce at the next regular meeting the subject matter of an ordinance amending the housing code regarding the required pre-eviction filing notice to residential tenants. Are there any questions on any of those notices? Seeing none, those notices are hereby given and no further action is required at this time. The next order of business is the introduction and referral calendar. First, Councilmember Cashman moves to introduce and give first reading to an ordinance amending the Air Pollution and Environmental Protection Code, amending provisions in the form of a complete revision of Chapter 52 to meet state and federal Clean Water Act requirements and improve water resources in the city, to be referred to the Climate and Infrastructure Committee. Second, Councilmember Cashman moves to introduce and give first reading to an ordinance amending the Streets and Sidewalks Code related to franchise holder exemption from paying other fees or costs, to be referred to the Climate and Infrastructure Committee. Is there any discussion on those introductions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison. Aye. Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shovtine.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries, and those matters are referred to the Climate and Infrastructure Committee in the next cycle. The next order of business is resolutions as presented to our meeting today. We just have one honorary resolution celebrating Black Business Week. Are there any comments on this resolution? Seeing none, may I have a second to adopt that resolution?
Mr. Chair, if I may just once again express gratitude to my staff, Diva Sadar and Christina Mitchell. Diva has been working on this Black Business Week all 4 years and has been a major contributor to this process. And so I just wanted to acknowledge her hard work and commitment to celebrating and lifting up Black businesses.
Thank you for those comments. I'll also take a moment to thank Liam Davis Temple in my office for putting in extra work on that as well. Is there a second to the adoption? Second. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shovtine.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries and that resolution is adopted. We'll now move to the unfinished business portion of our agenda. First, we have consideration of an appeal of the decision of the Zoning Board of Adjustment, which denied a certificate of nonconforming use for major auto repair for the property located at 3452 Lindale Avenue South. I understand that applicant has withdrawn their appeal, so I will move to formally withdraw this appeal. May I have a second?
Second.
Do any council members have comments or questions? I'll recognize Councilmember Ellison.
Just to say that staff has done a tremendous job working with this applicant and is finding a different, more appropriate pathway for them to be able to still operate their business. And so, not just like a, so just wanted the public to know that, because I know that this has been carried over for multiple cycles. But this item has been removed, and so, I think it's for the better.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, is this going to result in a change to the Minneapolis Comprehensive Plan as a way forward, or is this a change to the person's operating model of their business? I'm not sure if anybody necessarily knows here, but I just thought it is an open inquiry to people that have reached out.
Sure.
Councilmember Ellison.
Yeah, I feel like that's a discussion that's an ongoing discussion between the applicant and staff. So I don't want to sit here and speak and say what will happen in the future. I know that there is an application for minor auto repairs that should be forthcoming, which is allowable currently, and then what they plan to do subsequent after that. I think is a continued discussion between them and staff.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Seeing no other discussion, and on the motion to withdraw this appeal, the clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vito.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shugtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries, and the appeal is withdrawn. Finally, we have a request for a closed session today. And so before we recess for that closed session, I'll ask if there are any announcements from council members. Councilmember Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair Payne. I just wanted to make an announcement that July is Disability Pride Month. And, just give a shout out to all of the differently able residents of the city of Minneapolis. We see you, we hear you, we're here for you, and every day trying to make life better for our disabled residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other announcements? Seeing none. Oh, Councilmember Palmisano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just thought I would mention that tonight is the city's championship game in baseball for kids that are around 13 years old, boys baseball team that was rescheduled due to rain last weekend. And while usually it's the North Commons Bulldogs that are the ones to beat, it's against Pearl Park this week. So I'm looking forward to trying to get done with a neighborhood meeting early and getting down to that. It's at Neiman Fields at 6 p.m., but it is for the city championship, and it is going to be the event tonight. Full disclosure, my son plays for Armitage. and wait, I also need to say this, that yesterday at practice, the parents versus kids game, the parents surprisingly still won. It's a dwindling opportunity to help our kids.
Councilmember Rainville.
Thank you. Just a brief reminder that we have the Minneapolis Aquatennial event starting next week, which is always a great civic celebration. I'm hoping that members of this body join in the parade with some of us who have already committed to that. But it just comes at a time when we all need to have that joy of living in Minneapolis and celebrate summer. So I'm hoping many of our residents have the opportunity, and I see smiles on the dais here. You can sit next to me in the parade, Jason.
With that, we've completed all of the items on our agenda and will now consider the request for a closed session, which is to receive a briefing on the litigation matter of Coppola versus City of Minneapolis. Before I move to close the meeting, I'll recognize the city attorney to provide the legal basis for the requested closed session.
Thank you, Council President. Members, the next item on our agenda is the case of Coppola versus City of Minneapolis. Court file number 27 CV 23 17353. Your lawyers wish to provide the council a briefing on this case, which is in active litigation in state court. Accordingly, under the Minnesota Open Meeting Law, Minnesota Statutes, Section 13D.05, Subdivision 3B, the council may, upon a proper motion, close the meeting for the purpose of attorney-client communication as permitted by the attorney-client privilege. In considering the motion, the council should weigh the right of the public to know what its government is doing against the need of the city to preserve the confidentiality of its discussions with its attorneys.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. I move to close our public meeting as authorized under the open meeting law, specifically Minnesota Statute Section 13D.05, for the purpose of receiving a briefing on the litigation matter of Coppola v. City of Minneapolis. May I have a second to that motion?
Second.
The clerk will call the roll.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Palmisano.
Aye.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Aye.
Councilmember Cashman.
Aye.
Councilmember Rainville.
Aye.
Councilmember Chavez.
Aye.
Councilmember Vitaw.
Aye.
Councilmember Ellison.
Aye.
Councilmember Koski.
Aye.
Councilmember Wansley.
Aye.
Vice President Shevtai.
Aye.
President Payne.
Aye.
There are 12 ayes.
That carries. And for the viewing public, I will note that the broadcast of this meeting will continue and the council will reconvene in public after we've concluded the closed session. For our colleagues, I want to give us some time to take care of our bio needs. And let's start the session at 1:15. We are ready. The time is now 1:51, and the City Council has reconvened in open session following our closed session. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll to prove the presence of a quorum.
Councilmember Jenkins is absent. Councilmember Palmisano.
Present.
Councilmember Chowdhury.
Present.
Councilmember Cashman.
Present.
Councilmember Osman is absent. Councilmember Rainville.
Present.
Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Vita is absent. Councilmember Ellison is absent. Councilmember Koski.
Present.
Councilmember Wansley.
Present.
Vice President Chugtai.
Present.
President Payne.
Present.
There are 9 members present.
Let the record reflect we have a quorum. With no further business to come before the council and without objection, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.